We didn't. We didn't even like. We could have waited an hour. Everybody used some hit die. Yes, the dragon could have used hit die as well, but I would have had my spells back. But that's not the case, and there's no use crying over spilt milk, as the case may be. I really, really want one of them to try and use suggestion on me, but sadly, anyway, I believe it is Imrith's turn.
And yes, it is. And I checked a couple things. Number one, I did check the hit dice on the hit points on Yanti, and yeah, they're a tough bunch. Though I will remind you as it comes around to your turn, who's looking. Like for example, this guy right here is certainly bleeding and bruised. The others, holy mackerel! Geez, these guys aren't fooling around, are they? Oh man. Well, I'm going to enjoy my last session with you guys. But hey, you guys are giant size too, so hopefully this all works out.
Well, that's why I'm kind of stunned that they're able. Like, I can imagine screwing around with these guys if there were 6 of them, and it was just us, normal us, without the huge size improvements. But I mean, I think we dumped 50 hit points of damage in one of them, and you just went, ugh.
Yeah, that's the guy that's
That hurt, kind of.
that's the guy that's almost dead, but he still needs a couple good hits too. So yeah,
Yeah. Whatever.
Yeah, whatever. I did check. I did check back, and we are actually in. We've finished one round. We're actually round 2 because I checked back into the chat there just for timing of spells and things. I don't know how important that makes things. At the end of the last session, I did re-roll for Imrith's breath weapon, and you'll be all happy to know that she did not recharge. Whether as PCs you
not. Well, we as PCs would not know. Thank you for giving us a heads up. We will endeavor not to abuse this knowledge. Or you could just be flat out lying.
Well, you know what? That's always possible. I'd hate to think of that though. Okay, good old Imrith. I've got something in the back of my mind, but let's just jump into this and then we'll get to it. Okay, the first thing that happens, I believe. Let me just see here. Yeah, that wouldn't be nice to do that. So we're going to do this other thing.
Okay.
You'll get to that one later. Oh yeah, she tried that dust thing and a cloud of sand, and everybody saved against blindness. Saved. Yes. Yeah, exactly. I'm just going to find a point here. Yeah, let's do that, eh? Just give me a second here. 5-foot line. I thought this had a 10-foot thing. No. Okay. There is a flash of lightning that crosses those 2 points that I'm. I think you guys can see my arrow, eh? Can you?
Yeah. Sorry. Wasn't pressing down.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see that. It's 160 odd.
Yeah. There's a crackle of lightning that oh no, there isn't.
Okay.
No, there isn't.
I'm guessing it's not a breath weapon.
No, it isn't. Good for you guys. Okay. Well, then you've pushed my hands, ladies and gentlemen. The ceiling above you starts to crack and crumble, and all kinds of it doesn't open to the above, but all kinds of debris and such falls down. And I am going to need DC 15 Dexterity saving throws from What the hell's going on here? There's a certain space that's got to be. Oh, okay. I guess it's one creature. So sorry, guys. This is what happens when I don't spend a half an hour before half an hour before doing all this kind of stuff. 1 and 2. It's well, actually, we're just going to go in order here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 Vorpal. Oh, gee, that's terrible. Vorpal, I need a DC 15 Dexterity saving throw. I'm sorry to say. You jump out of the way as rocks and such fall from above you, and you don't take any damage. But by the amount of rocks and stuff that fell down, you would have been certainly knocked down prone and quite possibly buried. That was a lot of crap that came down.
Oh, nice.
That you
This
dodged.
was, like, straight up, like I jumped out of the way, I jumped off another piece of rock, and like got out of there. It's awesome.
For an old man, you certainly made some moves.
I definitely took the right pill when Morpheus.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we learned anything from last session, it's that Ventus is as nimble can be.
Exactly. Now the next thing is going to happen, because that's not all that Imarith gets to do, is she is going to do her frightful presence, but as players in DM, we know that you guys don't have to roll because you have immunity to it, correct?
She doesn't know that.
Right.
No,
Yep.
she doesn't, and she's going to use up an action to do it, and then finds out that nobody gets affected.
That's not true.
Oh, who gets affected? Does somebody need to make a roll?
Wait, do I stop my fairies? How long has it been? It's been like less than an hour, right?
Yes, this is the second round. We've already finished one round. We're into round
Yeah,
2.
but he summoned those fairies up top.
Oh yeah,
But they're good for an hour.
I think we're about 15ish minutes, 15 to 20 minutes
it
since you
can't have been
summoned
an
them.
hour because I don't have my spells back.
Yes, true. So, then, is that just saving throws?
Yes, they need to make DC 20 Wisdom saving throw, or become frightened. If you want to, you can do a saving throw for each one. You can do a saving throw like for a pair, so 4 saving. How many do you have? 8?
Yeah, just give me a second. I'm just bringing them up because,
And these are pixies, right? Not fairies?
yeah, there's
That's right.
pixies.
Yeah.
Let me just look at their.
So it depends on how many saving throws you want to roll. If you want to roll for all of them or just kind of group them up, it's your call.
Yeah, just let me look to see if they have any sort of instances or anything. I don't open paint. Sorry. They have advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. And they have a wisdom +2. So he says the whiz.
Yeah,
So roll AD.
DC 20.
Oh my goodness, DC 20.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna do 16d20. No, it won't work either.
I don't even know if this is a magical effect, man. It may just be because it's a scary dragon. I don't know.
It's still a magical effect. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna just do this fast.
Okay. So
I'll keep the
that's
base rolls, and then I'll add 2.
If we see any 18s, we'll say, just keep rolling. No, no, yes, no, no, yes. Two of them aren't wigged out.
And the other ones are like,
yeah. So the other ones are frightened, and become frightened for 1 minute. And you can repeat those saving throws at the end of each of their turn. Now those 2 creatures that were not frightened cannot be frightened by the dragon for the next 24 hours. And any ones that save against it later on are also good. And then you hear Imarith clomping off further away to your east, away from you.
over here somewhere.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
I think I green framed that. Sorry about that, guys. Cave bear time. And I'll remind you again, the guy right in front of you is battered, bruised, and bloodied.
Okay.
He's no longer hasted, by the way.
Who's no longer hasted?
Any of them.
Okay.
Haste wore off, and I cast that firewall, so I'm concentrating on that at the moment.
Gotcha.
Serving my neighbors.
How long does that firewall last again?
I have 9 more rounds of it.
Okay.
But, it's going to be a good point eventually here.
Okay, sounds good.
So being that I'm 25 strength, that gives me a plus what to my attack again, just so I know.
Yeah,
This is
plus... Is it a plus...
7, right?
Do you guys remember what...
20 is plus 5, so I'm matching 7.
Yeah, I'd go with 7. Here, I'm pulling it up right now. Sorry, what's the strength? 25? It's a plus 7.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So each of these has a plus 2 on them. 19 and 13.
Okay, you're attacking the guy in front of you. Both hit.
Okay.
And you get extra to your damage too, I think, right?
Yes, I do. So it's another 2, I guess. So 13 and 9.
22. He is almost done.
And just double checking this prone, or is that? I have too many characters, right? So, right. No, there's no prone or anything in this guy, I guess. Okay. And I have I have 2 spells I can cast on these pixies. And so these guys here these are Wanty.
Yeah.
Wanty, and these here are
Everything in front of you are Wanty, but the ones that have the female-looking face to them just have a slight scaly lizard look to them, mainly human look.
and this just so because I don't know the sleep spell off the top of my head. That's hit dice, right? So that's weak against something these buff.
Well, the really sleepy or almost dead ones will fall down.
You know what?
Starts with lowest hit points first.
On this one and
Yep.
this one.
If it's
Have
sleep, you
the-
don't get to pick the target. It starts with the lowest hit point count.
Yes. No, I know. This is. I'm not going to do sleep. I'm going to do confusion on these 2 guys. They're like there, and it's
I'm sorry, there and the 2 furthest away? Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
and confusion. Looking at this real fast. So
10-foot radius sphere centered on a point you choose must make a wisdom saving throw. So those guys are certainly within 10 feet. You actually
no,
might...
confusion.
Confusion?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading
Oh.
from the SRD.
What am I looking at? Oh, 10-foot radius sphere centered on. Oh. Wow.
So you might be able to hit more than that. Let me try
I
to
might
give
be
you...
able to hit them all if I do it right.
Yeah. There's 10 foot 20 diameter. There's 10. So there's a 20 diameter right there if I've got my drawing right. You guys might be able to see it here. So you can...
So if I target like right here kind of thing, to be able to... can you see where I'm doing my thing?
Yeah, see my little red circle there? I think you can touch those 4. The 2...
So if you've got 2 of them, you can overlay 2 red circles and easily get every last one of them.
Yeah, which means that for those that don't fail, then on the second one, if I move the circle to the right, then I'll get a couple, like these guys here should get hit twice.
Yep.
Maybe
Okay.
even this one.
Okay, so we're gonna start with those first 4. Sorry, Deatha, go ahead.
No, please go. I'm not trying to slow you down.
Oh, why start now?
Wisdom
I don't mean that
saving
about you. I mean that about the group. What? It's
exactly.
Brow's turn. Why worry about slowing us down now?
I'm waiting for my turn to come up, so keep going. Please roll faster, faster. Mush, mush.
Mush mush. I'm mushing.
DC 12, by the way. Fail, fail. Unless they have advantage. Fail.
Ooh, thank you for reminding me about advantage.
Fail.
Give me a second here.
Why would they have it?
You never know.
They do have magical resistance. All types of them. Advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects.
So yeah, 2 of them are failed then.
Okay, so the
The last 2. I guess probably these 2 right here, right?
yes, those are the 2 closest to you actually.
But then they have to roll. You have to roll a D10 for each.
Okay, you go ahead and roll the d10, please.
I'll just roll 2 D10 and 1 for each. So a 3 and a 6. So 3, creature doesn't move or take any actions this turn, and a 6, same thing. So they're both basically just not going to act for their turn.
Okay.
And
So
then 1 more, and that's going to be on the, I guess, the other.
you could probably do something. You could probably do something like that and try the other guy again.
Yeah, she's already confused, so I doubt you can hit her again.
No, but I mean the guy in the top right left hand
Roll
corner.
3 times.
Yeah, so roll 3 times.
Yeah.
For saving throw.
Yep. Getting there. Starting with the top left. Starting with the guy to your left paw, and start with the guy to by your nose.
Damn.
Okay.
At
And
least immobilize 2 of them. And that's my turn.
sure, 1 second, gang.
Don't you get to actually attack
Who?
your bear?
I did. That was my first action. And then my.
Oh, okay.
It happened so long ago, you just forgot.
Apparently.
Guys, stop it. I'm not
Let me just-
there.
I'll poke you and needle you a little bit more.
I'll be right back and grab him coffee.
Maybe the caffeine will speed him up.
Sorry,
Yeah, I was fast.
I'm back.
I was quick this time.
Okay,
No, I'm just poking fun. You know me.
I think part of the problem is that we're playing at 11 o'clock and the caffeine's worn off.
Time to switch to mimosas.
Exactly. Okay, is that it for K-Bear?
Yes, he said it was. Ventus!
Okay, Ventus! Krev is...
15 feet up, and then I use both of my hands, and I reach out, and I slap the cave bear on the ass, and I touch Laura in the small of the back, and I say, "Be hasted." And that is boom, boom,
Boom!
and
But
one
doesn't the firewall wink out?
Yes, it does. Firewall goes away. It's okay. I think this is more important. Since he let slide that their resistance to magic, I think we should hit them with things. Then I'm going to... am I allowed to Misty Step after that? Brett, is that allowed or no? I don't think so, right?
You can only get 2 spells off if one is a thingamabob, cantrip.
So then I'm going
bonus
to
action.
use the rest of my movement to climb up this. How high is this? Can I get to right here on this 10-foot up ledge?
Yeah, so that's difficult terrain, so you have to use twice movement to get up there.
Okay, I can't. All right, then I'm just going to go back to my original spot back here.
Excuse me, you're giant size. That is not difficult terrain.
Oh, great. Well, then I'm just going to hop up here, and then in turn for Ventus, Mini Penny is going to assist Lore on his next first attack.
Right on.
To give him an advantage. In turn for Ventus. Go on, Krev.
Krev, you're up.
All right. I'm going to move over here, and I'm going to start pelting on this guy. And once he goes down, we'll switch over to pelting on this guy.
Okay.
realized I hadn't opened up my character sheet yet.
Okay, and I'm sorry, that's going to the guy closest to you?
No,
For this.
I'm pelting on this one first because
that
he's
one.
almost dead.
Yep,
I'm
sorry.
going to pelt on him until he falls over.
You hit him and he's dead.
Good. 2 more on this one that I'm pinging right now.
Okay. Both hit. So
For
that's
a nice
20.
20 points of damage.
Yes.
End turn.
That's how it's done, guys. And now I'm going to green flame because I got to figure out what these guys do. Again. What do we got? So we got 2 confused people that can't do anything, right? The purple people?
They probably... I don't know if they roll on Bryle's turn or on their turn, but they shouldn't be doing anything this round, and then we probably on the next round we roll again to see it is what they do.
Yeah, it says they roll a d10 at the start of each of its turns to determine its behavior for that turn.
So the roll that Bryle did would have been now.
Yeah.
Because he already rolled it.
At the end of its turn, an effective target can make a wisdom saving throw if it succeeds. Okay. So I might as well do the wisdom saving throw for those 2 guys.
Yep.
To see if they succeed. So 1 shakes it off. Oh, 2 crits in a row. My gosh.
Jeez.
Alright.
So they shake it off, but they can't do anything.
Nope.
Let's give this a round.
Yes, it does. And, well, let's try our fun suggestion again. On lore. So this one right here is going to point at lore and make a suggestion. And so lore, I need a wisdom saving throw of DC 12. Not too sure what she's going to suggest yet. I just know that's what she's going to do.
Fuck.
Help me out with
Wait. I think I have something for this. I'm not sure. Let me just double check.
Okay. While you check that, if it does succeed, you guys that do spellcasting a bit more than I do, what would some suggestions be? Because I know that you can't suggest somebody directly harm themselves.
Please.
Did I use Indomitable for this encounter?
Nope.
Okay, then I'll use Indomitable. That's my fight like 9th level ability, so if I fail a saving throw, I can roll it again, but I have to take the new option.
Okay, so you automatically succeed that save then?
No, it just means I roll again.
Oh, okay.
I have to pick the new roll.
Okay, go for it. DC 12.
It's like Lucky.
Fuck.
Lucky
wait.
you are not.
What was the L thing I have? Is it just advantage on
Advantage.
like?
Yeah.
I think it's
What about the
advantage.
Heroes
Yeah.
Feast? Does Heroes Feast do anything for us for this?
We get advantage on wisdom saves, I believe. But,
Damn.
someone can check it out.
I'm looking at it right now. Makes all wisdom saving throws with advantage.
Oh, hang on.
Inspiration doesn't help at all.
No. I already have an advantage anyway, so I don't get double advantage.
No. Okay. She points at you, and we're just going to go with Bryle's suggestion, or Witchy's suggestion there, where she points at you and says, flee. And so you have to run away.
On your turn.
On turn. This guy over here. Oh, what the heck. Found that worked so well, is going to attempt the same thing on Krev. So Krev, give me a wisdom saving throw with advantage.
Sorry, I have to say no. And I direct you to the 10th level ability for a Feybound Warlock.
Okay, so what happens? If anything.
Beguiling defenses. Starting at 10th level, your patron teaches you how to turn mind-affecting magic on your of your enemies against them. You're immune to being charmed, and when a creature attempts to charm you, you can use your reaction to attempt to turn the charm back on that creature. The creature must make successful wisdom saving throw against your warlock spell DC, or be charmed by you for 1 minute, or until the creature takes any damage.
All right, here comes the wisdom saving throw, which is a 9, which probably is lower.
No, 16.
Even if it gets advantage.
Yeah. So although it is a charm effect, he's basically had charm person cast on him now.
Yep.
And so I'm basically going to say back to him, "Please, you must defend me."
Okay, so he's taken his action. So he will. I think he's got.
Actually,
Go ahead.
given that they were doing this whole ritual thing and throwing people into the pit,
Yep. They weren't throwing people in. The person jumped in seemingly willingly.
yes, go jump in the pit.
He makes it there. Actually, yeah, he makes it there, and we'll continue with that on his next turn. And the last guy, which is this guy here.
You have no idea how happy I am that I finally got to use that ability.
Wait, isn't that the guy that cast? Or how many of those guys are there?
There's 3 right in
They
front of
can
you.
all do it. Yay, Yanti.
Yay,
Which is
Yanti.
the one that cast on Lore? The offering.
The one by your paw there.
Oh, okay.
This guy finds it's going to move in here, and in his snake form, because that's what he's in.
So is he a hybrid, or is he actually turned into a snake?
No, sorry, he's still Yanti form. Excuse me. He takes 2 scimitar attacks at the cave bear. 23 and 18.
Give me a second.
What are you looking up?
I'm hoping his AC, because, you know, this was just a regular old attack.
Okay, no, they hit me.
Okay, 16 damage to cave bear. 16 total, yeah. And
Response,
yeah,
you get this base.
sorry, response to which?
I'm about to shoot it off here in a second. God. Very green flame.
And it's not even your turn.
But in a sense it is. Bitches. They get acid spray on them. And so this is going to affect, because basically from the cuts, acid sprays out. And everyone in... copy and paste. Thought I had a thing on my turn.
Okay, so no save. They just go ahead and take it.
Apparently. 2d6 acid damage to everyone within 5 feet. So that's 2 of them in front of me, right?
Yeah, so roll 2d6. Does that include lore?
It does. Sorry, Lore.
That's okay. This actually works out in my favour. So, since the woman who cast concentration on me just got hit, she has to make a concentration saving throw, right? To keep up the suggestion.
Yes, you're right.
Ha 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 ha. Hopefully this works out in my favour.
Okay, take 11 hit points on lore, by the way, if you haven't already. And she makes the saving throw.
Oh, come on.
Do they both make the saving throw?
No, just the one that's concentrating.
That one that was really hurt? That fell out?
The one that really hurt was killed by Krev last turn.
Oh. Oh, that other guy in front of me is the guy who moved forward. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm on page. Sorry.
Okay, Lore's turn.
Laura, I would like to say I'm sorry for not using counterspell. I didn't think about it until like after you failed.
Hey man, that's cool. You
And
can do
look-
spells.
And Laura, I was gonna say I will give you 5 quid if you can work in true green flame somehow in this in this attack.
No, technically, 'cause I got a flea, right?
That's right. Damn it.
Well, on the thing it says the you have to word it in a way that would make sense, right? So telling Law to flee, like, I guess, can you word it in a way that would make sense? Like, because I don't know if Law would just flee and leave his companions behind. So
Well, it's
I'm
a
wondering how you'd phrase it like that would make him want to flee, right?
it's a suggestion like run away, leave us, like go away from this place.
Oh,
It is,
okay.
it is very much a
Have to be-
compulsion. It has to be something that you could do, and has to be something that you can actually do immediately. If I remember the wording correctly.
It can't
The
cause
thing is,
itself or others harm.
It says the suggestion must be worded in such a manner to make the course of action sound reasonable. And in this situation, I don't know if me fleeing is as reasonable, but like I don't know, like I can think of a few ways that would make it sound reasonable, but I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to say them.
Well,
I can too. I can make this work for you if you really want, Lord.
if it had to be specific, I'm sure they would have said something like leave this layer.
Okay.
But even if she said flee or leave relay or whatever, as soon as he goes to do it, he realizes he'll take an attack of opportunity and he won't do it because it can't cause him any direct harm.
Yes, they would know enough that they probably don't want to cause. They would rather keep the spell up than cause damage to him.
Yeah, if they don't attack him, do it. But if they go to attack him, he can stop him.
Just say, hey, your breastplate armor is outside of the cave. Go get it.
There's a really, really good-looking lady outside the lair.
He
Go
gets
see
another-
her.
I'm gone before you can.
Laura never comes back.
He gets another save after this round, right?
And Krev looks despondent.
Yes, he does.
I just
Really
had the party.
Is that you have to use your full movement, and I hasted you. So goodbye.
I thought you dropped haste.
Oh, I dropped the firewall. You
So-
came under lower hasted.
And I
My full
got 2 more
movement,
attacks.
as in full movement, as in dash, or full movement as in normal speed.
I would say normal speed. I'll give you that.
Okay, so they're gonna get attacks on opportunity or anything, right?
No, actually they don't, because if you use a spell or like a push or something, they don't get to an opportunity attack. I don't.
No, but there was 2 more of them. There's 2 more of them right next to me because I was right next to 3 of them. So at least 2 of them probably get attacks of opportunity, right?
Yeah.
Red, is that right?
Well-
No, they
I
don't,
thought that if
because
you
the
use a
second
push
he's going to
attack,
get...
you'll get.
But the second that they go to attack him, he would no longer have to flee. Because
Oh, that's
that
true.
command cannot make you put yourself in harm's way.
Well, I don't. What I was thinking is, if you take damage, then it goes away. I don't see anything here reading that. It says asking the creature to stab itself, throw itself onto a spear, other obviously harmful acts ends the spell. but
Right. So as soon as he goes to move out of range and realizes that it's going to put him in harm's way, he would stop.
Okay.
He doesn't even have to get hit. It's being put in the danger of being put in harm. But he's going to try to do it and then realize he can't and then respond.
okay, so I'm just going to make the call that he flees and the Yanti know enough not to attack him to cause any damage.
It's a natural spell that they get to cast. They'd be well aware of its ins and
Yeah,
outs.
yeah, and yeah. Let's leave it at that. I don't see. You guys are welcome to look up suggestion. I don't see where Lore gets a chance to re-roll at the end of his turn.
No,
but
I don't. It's concentration.
yeah,
Also, it's just-
Being a second level spell.
Which one is it? This one?
yes.
Yes.
All right.
So I moved, and since I used a normal, like, I used 60 feet of movement to move. I'm going to use my action to dodge. So I have advantage on, or whatever. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Is Immer's turn, who is no longer in your guys' sight. And then it is Cave Bear's turn.
And if I'm hasted, that's beautiful.
You are
Dude,
hasty.
haste is just amazing. Full stop. I wish I could just have like
especially-
permanent haste. You know. There are
There are,
obviously, like,
there
Has
are
boots
boots
of
that
haste?
allow you to basically do that.
oh, they're
Liam,
really-
Liam from Critical
Okay.
Role has boots of haste that he can
Uh-huh.
click.
Yes,
It's
I
amazing.
remember.
As he says, he clicks the heels and then dagger, dagger,
But isn't
dagger.
that like? Oh, so is that why? Because he used the boots of haste? Is not because I thought the boots were just like movement speed, not the actual
Nope.
haste effect.
Well,
I have no idea.
I can't remember. Hang on. It should be in the SRD. Look it up in there.
I'm too lazy for that.
So 19.
Oh, come on.
Or sorry, 21. 19.
Okay. I did just have to say though, I kind of, you know, in previous editions, like second edition, when you use haste, it actually like ages you a year every time you use it.
Mhm.
Oh my
Actually,
God, I
if that was
forgot
in
about that.
like you could be human and start a campaign and like someone uses haste on you 20 times, suddenly
Okay.
if you start out.
Witchy is trying to get our attention on something here.
No, I'm sorry, Witchy. I apologize.
No, I'm trying to pull Brett's attention to it, to be honest.
Because no, I've
After the first bite and the first claw, she's still up.
yes, and she did her Constitution save and she failed. So Lore,
Giant 3D times your whatever.
Oh, what?
You're a giant. You took the potion. You get extra damage.
Yeah. John,
Oh, it's 3 times the damage. I keep thinking.
No,
oh my God.
no. Not 3 times the damage. 3 times the dice plus the
Yes.
standard
So 3D whatever.
modifier.
So we forgot that the first round with you, dude.
We did. Okay, so, oh my God, I don't even know how to figure out how much damage that is then. So right now, 1d8 plus 5, so it should be 3d8.
3d8 plus. Now is it plus 5?
3d8?
You have a strength of 25 right now, so it's
Plus
higher
7,
than-
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, 7.
So another 7 damage on the first attack. Let me just double check the plot to see if that's 46. This bite. And so it's an extra. She's still up after the first 2 attacks,
yes, she is.
even with an extra 23.
Yep, even with an extra 23.
Okay.
Do it again.
Then the next bite was a 16.
Yeah, I took that into. I've taken it all into account. I've taken 12, 10, 12, 7, and 16. And she's just
No, so this is the 3rd attack. So an extra.
He
9
was
damage
under
on
rolling
top
everything.
of-
okay.
So yeah, so the next bite is 19 damage. No, 21.
21 damage.
Still up.
Sorry, no, 21 is the claw. 19 is the. No, 21, because you have to add the
21,
extra
yeah.
2 for the strength as well.
Yes, 21's the next bite. Still up.
Okay, so yeah, just give me 1 second here. Going back, you did a bite, claw, right?
Right.
So-
we've only done the first bite claw, the extra damage.
Okay, so okay, all of them hit. So so sorry. How much? All of them hit. So how much you
Okay.
did?
So for the first 2 attacks, I did. Hold on. 25. 35, 41, 48 points of damage for the first bite and claw.
Okay.
Then she's still up, right?
Yeah.
Then I do another bite for 21,
Okay, still up.
and then a claw for give me a second. 12, 14, 20.
She's still up, but looking pretty hurt.
Jesus. Okay. Polymorph. Polymorph.
Okay, they have to make what kind of saving throw again?
No, I think it's just
Wisdom saving throw.
yeah, wisdom saving throw DC 14, did I say?
Left-hand guy fails miserably. The guy to the far left hand, they both fail.
No, they have advantage, so they both.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. They both pass.
Too bad I'm honest. Okay, and then they fly up again out of range, or just as far as they can. And do my other they get saving throws today? You guys go ahead with your turn. I mean, they were fleeing anyway, but.
So what are you going to do? Do the saves for the pixies?
Yeah, but that's the end of my turn. I'm just going to do their saves, and I'll figure out whether or not.
Okay, Ventus, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to do. Let's see. Did you do concentration checks for the guy that had lore?
Yes, and failed. So Laura's shaking it off.
Okay, great. All right, then I'm going to cast a firebolt. 18 to hit.
Okay, on who?
The most wounded looking.
Okay, that would be this guy, and that is a hit.
All right, 20 fire damage.
And she's not looking good, but she's still up.
Oh my god. You guys have more hit points than I do.
This will prepare you for Tomb of Annihilation.
Sure, I'm going to burn 2 sorcery points to quicken, and then I'm going to do it again.
Alrighty. Hits.
16.
Yep. And dead.
Great. Okay, fantastic. In turn for Ventus.
Alrighty, Krev.
I just have to add real quickly. That roll I did was for my hit points. To go back up.
Okay, sounds good. And I'll let you keep track of which pixies are dealing with what.
Yep.
Alrighty. So,
With my movement, I cuddle up with the rock. Sorry, go ahead.
what's wounded?
This guy right there is looking pretty hurt and damaged. The rest are not bloodied or bruised yet.
Right. 3 Eldritch Blasts right on that one.
Okay. All hit.
Oh, gorgeous.
19, 29. Still up.
Next.
Okay, so this... you can't see the guy way off in the north, but he jumps off into the pit. The guy that Krev had charmed.
Praise be to the god.
And so the guy at... Sorry, go ahead.
Never underestimate Oberon.
There you go. The guy at Cave Bear's snout is going to do his multi-attack again. 2 scimitars. $12 and a 14.
Those both miss.
Okay.
But no, they both miss. Never mind. Damn. No more acid.
This one's going to close in on Cave Bear and also do 2 scimitar attacks.
What did your pixies do?
Only one of them is coming back. The other 2 tried polymorphs. But...
Okay.
So 23 and 23 on the Cave Bear, giving 13 slashing damage.
And these 2 make a saving throw. I'm doing it again.
Okay. To Wisdom, right? Was it Wisdom? Sorry, guys, I can't remember. I'm scrolling up to the top. It was Wisdom.
Yeah.
Uh, 12 and 14.
Second. I guess it's my spell.
Yeah.
Fail, I think. Remind me not to play something with so many pages ever again.
You're the one that decided to be a summoner.
That's not. I know, but it helps. Trust me.
Your character sheet says spell save DC 15.
Okay.
So they both fail. So give me some damage there, please.
7 points each. And I have to make a wisdom throw. With advantage. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Okay, and this one goes scooting off, and while taking out her short bow, and sends 2 to Krev. Excuse me, can't multi-attack with short bow. Sends 1 to Krev. 5 is going to miss.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Okay, Laura's turn.
Get your ass back here, bitch. You're hasted, so you can.
Okay. Finally, I get to do something. Okay.
So if you dash, then you should still get normal action.
I don't
when you get back. Not hasted.
It's not that. You know, my normal feet while hasted is like 60 feet now, so I should be okay. So I'm gonna move up to there next to Cave Bear, and I'm gonna attack the guy right there.
Okay.
You feel this aura of love wash over you.
Isn't that just always there? You know, just constantly.
It totally is. But you can feel that as we get close.
Mm-hmm.
Different kind of love. Filial.
Okay, that's my first attack.
That hits.
Bring the
Full
pain.
damage.
Okay.
Go.
Still up.
Second attack.
Hits. Still up.
Wing damage. Third attack.
Hits.
29 damage.
Still up.
Jesus, I hate these guys so much.
Fourth attack.
That hits.
27 damage.
Getting hurt, but
Action surge.
Okay. No.
hits.
26 damage.
Dead. See, guys, that's how you kill a Yanti. Come on, why can't you all be like
Yeah,
Laura?
get Lore back in the game.
Hasted giant lore.
Yeah. Anything else there, Laura?
No, that's me for now. I'm good.
Okay. Okay.
That's a hell of a lot of damage.
Yeah. Cave Bear time.
Look, I
How
should
much
say
total
again,
damage was that?
just to reiterate, we are getting some more of these giant strength potions, or like, you know, I would probably go back to that giant cult and murder all of them just for more of these potions.
In
Jesus
every
Christ.
campaign, too. I want these always.
Yeah.
So. Good thing I have 3 screens. Tell me.
I'm so jealous of you.
So
Do you
10
remember
and
that-
16.
The first one misses, second one hits.
Okay, so the second one hits for. Oh, plus. 14.
So 10 plus 14,
26.
24.
What? 12 plus 14?
Where you
Or no,
getting-
10 plus 14?
Yeah.
No, 12 plus 14. I have the +2.
Okay. Still up. Quite hurt. Both those hit.
8 plus 14. Still up?
Nope, down.
Okay, then I'm gonna dash after her, and that last bite, her claw will be on her.
Okay, just before you do, she drops her bow and says, "Stop! Don't hurt me! Great treasure! Great treasure!" You still want to hit her?
So, anyways, I claw her with a 24.
That hits.
or 13 plus 14 or 16. Sorry.
13 plus 16?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, she's dead. The last thing you hear from her is, "Great treasure!"
We'll find a fucking treasure.
How to put this? We are in an ancient dragon's lair. Yes.
Right?
There is great treasure in here somewhere.
Yeah, like, no shit, Sherlock.
He's looking all feral and angry and looking for someone else to attack. Is there anybody else to attack that we can see?
That you can see or hear, you've cleared everything, though Imarith went off to your east.
That's like, oh.
Assuming that we're not on turn order anymore. Krev walks up behind Brown, scratches him behind the ears to calm him down.
How fast are you in Bethel, bro?
Only 80. Or
Just
how
right
much? What is the regular? So normal 40, and then, but I don't know. Is that different because I'm bigger? Like, does the giant thing give me the extra movement speed?
No.
So it's just the haste it does.
Yes. I just don't remember anything from the giant potion saying that.
I think, being huge. Whatever, I'm not better.
So as we kill the last Yuan-Ti, Ventus is going to yell out, "We must kill the worm to the east!" And you see me like just the flash of my gray hair as I turn and I start sprinting to the east.
I look at Bear and I say, I think it's time. Time that we do this. Are you ready? Yes, I jump on your back. I run and I do one of those cartwheel backflips and then land on his back perfectly.
Telepathically, I say to Lore, should we rest and heal and regroup before we chase after the dragon?
Hell to the no. Let's chase this bitch, man. We're ending this tonight.
Okay.
Shit ends today.
And then I roar and start charging off with Lore in my back.
I attempt to keep up.
Run like the wind, Bear.
Well, I would, given that we're out of...
Can I double my move?
160 feet.
Yeah.
Dash.
So you guys can either decide to stay together and slow down to your slowest person, or you can go running off.
I don't want to be close to these guys, so I'm not really going to do that. And I'm huge, so this is not difficult terrain for me. And you said she's gone, I knew she went this way, using my extraordinary senses and perception. Is that where she is, or?
Well, all you knew.
This tunnel that we're in.
All you knew is she went to the east, and so far all you found is a tunnel to the east.
Quick, use the divine sense.
Don't get that yet.
Where's a paladin when you need one?
Right. So,
as Ventus is getting closer, he's gonna be screaming for his friends, "Come, come! You can't be beaten by an old man!" And I'm grinning ear to ear.
How are you ahead of us?
Total battle lust.
Okay, I'm gonna have you guys stop there. Krev and Lore, you might catch up. We'll see, but I need.
Lore is on
not-
bareback.
Okay.
I can't believe I just said
Yes,
that.
Lore and Brow are going bareback.
All right, hey, mark this time, and that is the catchphrase for this.
Yeah, exactly.
That is the quote of the episode. It can't be topped. And it was so was that intentional?
No, It was my brain's basically he's on horseback. No, it's a bear. Therefore, it's bareback. Oh God, I just vocalized that. Yeah. Okay.
So
In the
Vet,
meantime, like the thing is that Brile in this form is moving much faster than Ventus, and Krev is just desperately trying to keep up. I'm half thinking to use my last spell, but I don't want to.
I'm also flying still, right? Don't forget.
From what?
From my pixie spells. They
Well,
cast
then
fly on me,
you're
like,
an aerial bear cavalry, but yeah.
Actually, aren't we all flying still? Did anybody, like, for some reason, because they haven't taken any damage.
You did.
No, because
though,
we
didn't you?
thing is we waited for that time outside the cave, didn't we? So my fly spell wore off. Like we didn't have any
you're
fire
right.
coming down
Never
here.
mind.
Yep.
God.
okay.
Yeah,
So-
we've been.
An icon, and I forgot about the time.
My question for you guys is: Witchy Bear in front of me, or am I in front of him? Like as we.
You really should be behind us, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
But
What's your
I've also,
speed, Bear?
it's right now. It's 80, unless I'm down.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. There's no way I'm in front of you. There's no way.
I know, like,
But I also telepathically would have said to you guys, be mindful of her lightning breath. We don't want to be close enough to each other. She can hit us together. We keep a distance, but not too far a distance that we can't help each other.
Ventus will say back, "Yes, yes, let's go."
So, using my heightened perception, I'm going to keep going, but I'm gonna be as attentive as possible to her being like around the next corner or whatever. So give me rolls or whatever I need to be able to figure that out.
Yeah. Well, what I'm going to say is as you get to this point, well, let me move you there. As you get to that point, you see her around the corner, and she's not being very. Go ahead.
And I instantly step back just enough that she can't see me.
Well,
No. Let's go. Keep going. Thumbs up.
we're gonna roll initiative. But Krev and Ventus, place yourself in relation to Cave Bear as opposed to where you think you would be.
I think I have to roll that again because my character sheet's the way taken.
Oh, I can add you. Don't you worry about that.
I don't know.
Oh,
I guess I
look
would.
at
Ventus started quite a distance from me, so I'm probably just about here. Because I'm moving at his speed, so I would have tried to come after you guys, but
I just want to say I
Accurate.
also have advantage on my perception right now to be aware of her because I am in bear form and I have that.
I have rolled a critical 1.
Oh, she wasn't being stealthy, so you both saw each other as you came around the corner.
Crab, I'd say you were like 10 feet from me when we were having that little fight, and when I said let's go, did you follow directly or did you wait a second? Because if you
I
followed,
wasn't 10 feet from you, Ventus. I was. You had moved to the east.
no, I was
twice.
moving out of turn though. We had ended our turns, and then I just started moving like that.
No.
So.
During combat, you had moved
Yeah.
to the east. I had moved a little bit to
okay.
the west.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then whatever distance that was, I'd say that's how far you
Which
are.
is what I was trying. Which is why I stationed exactly where I am.
Okay, I got you. Okay, carry on.
Okay, Imrith goes first. Let me get her sheet up here.
Like I said, I'm trying to keep we will have at least partial cover.
Yep. Sorry for the. Yeah. Okay. She is. She whips out her tail, and it gets nowhere close to where you guys are. And as you realize this, it actually is heading towards the ceiling.
I figured. I'm gonna call it
Son of a
scathing.
bitch.
And
You'll have to make a damage roll and stuff, and an attack roll, so you never know. Could be a shitty roll.
I'm realizing I got one piece up here that's not up, so give me. here we go. No problems there. Hits the ceiling, does a bit of damage to the ceiling, and the ceiling starts to collapse above Lore and Cave Bear.
Even with 13 bludgeoning?
Yep, dealing 10 damage or more to the ceiling with a single attack or spell effect.
Nice.
Now, Brett.
Yes.
I can finish what you was going to say first. Actually,
Okay, well, do you want to go or do you want me to go?
I was just gonna, no, I want you to go first, and
Okay.
here's what I was thinking, and then I'll interject. But
Okay.
I
I do have a
think you
quick
might be
question,
heading down the
though.
same way.
Is this dark, or is there light here?
There's no light, just your ability to see. I think Ventus has light on him. So I need a DC 15 Dexterity saving throw from Cave Bear and Lore.
Ooh, I don't have
Oh, well, goodness me. You guys both are able to jump back out of the way.
Well, that's what I was going to say. So can I
Okay.
jump forward instead? Like jump off of Bear forward?
I might give you that. I'll just tell you
My
how
argument
much.
was this: is that we were running pretty fast.
Yeah.
There was a lot of momentum. So as as we run up, and she hits the ceiling, leap forward off of Growl, like past the rubble, to try and get underneath it before it comes down on us.
You would have to
And I
make.
rolled a 25 as well.
He did make a relatively, he rolled a 19.
Yep. So you would have to get past the rubble. You would have to move 30 feet. So if you've got 30 feet of movement, which I believe you do, then
Yes, I'm hasted, so
okay. So let me place you where you have to be. Is Cave Bear going with them as well?
Well, yeah, may as well. I feel him lurching forward. I'll lurch forward.
Okay. So you would need to be
Just-
there in order to get past the
Just once, he gently bumps your hindquarters with his
oh,
heel.
trust me, it wasn't gentle.
I bounced forward unintentionally. Wow,
Yeah.
bad touch.
He's
bad
not
touch.
wearing spurs, so there is that. But yes, he's basically yeah.
So that's where you'd have to be in order to make it past all the rubble. Are you good with that?
Yeah,
I'm happy with that.
Okay.
So happy.
I'm going to give you one more chance to retcon that in 2 seconds. Did I do that right? Just give me a second. Yes. The passage... Oh, no, I didn't do that right. The passage behind you collapses, full of rubble. Do you still want to run ahead?
I made my choice, Brett.
Lore will attack.
Law will do what Law's going to do. Plus, I need to do it for this haste wears off. Yeah, can't waste Ventus' spell.
Okay, that's my last chance. I'm going to allow you to retcon, but you do get one. What are those things called? Opportunity attack. As Imrith goes burrowing through the wall to your southwest. So make it a good one.
Burrows?
Burrows.
Does it make a difference? I guess not for an attack.
So make your attack of opportunity. This is going to get really interesting. That is a hit.
Fuck. That's not very good damage.
No, it isn't.
Oh god, that was terrible. Just so you know, I'm rolling 3d8 plus 7. No, it was like plus 8, I think.
Cave Bear,
Total.
you just hit an 11.
That'll be 13 plus. Um, Ten. Damn, that was a shitty roll too. 23.
Okay. So you get a couple swipes off at her before she goes burrowing into into the wall to the southwest, and as she
I have
burrows,
one question first.
yep.
What size difference can there be for a for me to try to pin her?
She can't be more than one size larger.
And she's what? Gargantuan and I'm huge?
Yes.
Can I retcon that a little bit?
Can you use grapple as a
I don't know if you can use grapple as a reaction. We'll have
Yeah.
to look up reaction.
But reaction says you can make an attack, right? Or is it attack or attack
And
action?
grapple counts as an attack action.
It's attack as an attack action. So the thing is it letting you use an attack action or just the attack?
Well, let's
She's
look
trying
it
to
up.
escape me if I pounce her instead to try to hold her.
Okay.
The thing is, grapple is
Well-
an attack action, so if you can use an attack action, then you can do it. If it's just an attack, then you can't.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Because it might be just like it might
Yes,
be
which is
an
why we
attack
should be
action.
looking this up. Hang on.
Yeah. So just, I mean, sorry, I don't mean to green flame, but I think thematically.
No, it makes it's great. I love it. I love it. Do it. Do it.
You know what? Maybe I should use green frame instead.
Because I'm thinking I'm huge and she's gargantuan, but I'm huge.
That's what Laura
You are
keeps
huge.
saying. You're huge.
You are huge.
Grappling is listed as a melee attack under the SRD. You use an attack action to make a special melee attack.
I would think that's fine.
And opportunity attack. And if, to make an opportunity attack, you use your reaction to make one melee attack. You can grapple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm grappling.
I guess it makes sense. So it's to stop people from getting away if you want to.
So here's the thing: do an opposed strength check or an opposed athletics check with a dragon.
Okay, so yeah, exactly.
I mean, look,
25.
you think
I have a
you think that would
25
sound
strength.
crazy, but he is a giant bear. Yeah.
With a 25 strength right now.
Yeah.
So, oh my god. Critically failed.
Oh.
Jesus.
So
Oh wait, that's the wrong roll. It's actually
Yes, that's the right.
no, it's,
D20 plus 7.
no, it's the right roll because you rolled a 1 plus your modifiers.
No, I like this one better. Oh, I still failed. No, I know. So
Yeah.
she gets an opposing roll, but she might critically fail too.
She might, but before we get there, let me add the damage back that I already took off of her. So you did 23 damage, right?
Yeah. I think this makes more sense for what he would do. I hate to retcon. I think that would have been better choice. I acted hastily.
Okay. Well, you were hasted, and that's why you acted hastily.
Right?
Right. And remind me again, she gets an athletics or a acrobatics check.
Whichever she prefers, whichever she thinks is going to work better.
Well, it's obviously going to be strength with her.
We have the same strength.
She rolled a 12. She succeeded, got out of your grasp, and got the heck out of there.
Holy crap! She's got a +9.
Yes, she does.
She's a
What is that?
dragon, man.
29.
No, but that's beyond
God
25
tier.
then. Is that
Yeah, the max is 30, I think.
It can go higher than 30, but
Oh, it can.
Player characters can't, though. I don't think.
I just want to say,
No.
had I not critically failed that roll, wouldn't that have been fucking awesome?
Oh, what was it?
it would have been
Ran and I
worthy
just,
of
like,
legend.
boom.
However, next,
Yeah.
Yes.
So for players, it's the 30. The cap is 30, right? For players, like with
even with
enhancements.
magic, probably it's beside the
so.
point at the moment.
I guess so.
So,
Today.
that was Laura's turn, or Imra's turn. She burrows into, and as she burrows, it fills in behind her. Obviously not perfectly.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Brow Bear, can you dig? Are you can you shift into the form of a giant mole?
You know, I probably could, but that's not.
So, Laura, it's your turn.
Oh jeez.
And the way back certainly. So for Ventus, for everybody, the way that you were going or the way back certainly looks impassable unless you spend lots of time digging.
Even with the 25 strength? And being giant?
It's probably only possible with the 25 strength to dig through.
Yeah. Just remember, this is a giant-sized tunnel.
The collapse renders the passage impassable until the sand and stone are cleared away, which requires 250 hours of work.
What? 250 hours? Can that be halved with giant-sized? Or...
Sure, I'll give you 125 hours on your giant potion.
Uh,
Now, of course, 125 hours, one character hour. So so 2 people would have that time. So and 4 people would divide it in 2. But you're still talking what, 20 hours total amongst all of you
2 of us are still hasted for a bit.
for the first 7 seconds. So Laura, what do you want to do? Yes, Krav. Or yes, Dethic.
I have a solution, but it requires just 1 hour.
Okay.
Actually, no. How to do this? So I can only take 1 extra person. So if I did it there, that would get me in there now, and then back and forth and back, out, in, out. Yes. If I used up all my spell slots twice, I could dimension door, with my last spell I could dimension door in, and if I manage to get all my spell slots back with a short rest, I can then go out, in, and out with both of our adventuresome compatriots here.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best I can do. Otherwise, it's up to Ventus.
Okay, well,
I was gonna say, what happens if he just becomes a giant mole and they dig after Imarith? And they tell us to go back to the main cave and we wait and see what happens.
I'm just thinking if I use. Dig. That's stupid. They have every other movement except for dig and.
So what I'll allow you guys to do is you can do we'll still stay in turns for now, but if you guys want to all act together in a turn as opposed to turn order, it's up to you. But it'll while you guys figure this out, it's probably not a bad idea to at least stay in like a round. You know, we did this round, then we did this round.
So let's say we have a conversation for 1 round, so my 6 goes to a 5. And then after the conversation, my 5 goes to a 4, and then whatever happens after that, we start moving.
Wait a second. I've seen what a dragon looks like, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And if I use the regular polymorph spell, I don't get the special abilities, but I do get all the movement of a regular dragon, yeah?
Yeah.
Well,
you also have 8 fairies here that can polymorph if you ask them. They're on your side.
So why are we not all blue dragons?
I was going to say, I'm going to turn myself into, or have Barial, assuming that he can make mental contact with me, turn me into an equivalently large, challenge rating 11 or lower blue dragon. And with the ability to burrow as a movement, I'm going to go and rescue my friends.
Okay, well, before he does that... Oh, no. Look, it's my turn. Just, So, look, perception check. I want to know what direction she's going in. Left, right, up, down, whatever.
She's going, she seems to be staying level with the lair.
She just went into the wall.
And yeah, she went into the wall over here.
Okay. I say to Bro. Okay, what?
I tell you telepathically, if I do shift like you suggest, I will need to rest after this.
I say contact Krev or Ventus and see what... Contact the others and see what they want to do, and then I'm going to shout at... I'm going to try and taunt her again, because I just think, what kind of blue dragon runs away from the... She's literally got us locked in here, she could easily, fight, probably, even with her, I mean, she doesn't know how strong we are, I don't think. Maybe she does, I don't know. But I don't think, for a blue dragon, especially with her size and power, to, collapse a cave and then run away from two, I don't know. Anyway, I'm just going to say, look, hey, Irif, I can only imagine what Claff will say when I tell him what a coward you are, run into a cave wall away from two measly mortals must be quite a. I can imagine what the dragon community would say about you. I don't know. That's the best I got, guys.
So I have a question. If I burrow, especially being as large as I would be, because I'd be a large, instead of a medium, a large giant badger, and the normal burrow speed is 10, and we're technically still hasted, am I creating a hole behind me? It wouldn't collapse behind me the same way, right?
No, I've read into this that burrowing collapses behind you, like it fills in behind you as you move.
Yeah, when moles dig, they push the dirt behind them, so it's pushing it basically covering the space that you move through.
And if I moved it half movement, that wouldn't maybe allow me to be kicking that dirt further back?
I think you'd actually have to take time to actually move it out and clear it out.
So how much reduction of speed would that be?
Well, you would have to take movement to pick it up and move it 5 feet, and then you'd burrow another 10 feet in. You'd pick it up and move it 10 feet out, and you'd burrow.
The Mexican drug tunnels with the rails and the air conditioning and the tracks and stuff.
So if I can move like 20 feet around.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I want to make a suggestion that will speed this up considerably.
Okay, and I'm looking up your polymorph too, because I know we talked about that possibility as well, but go ahead.
We still have the pixies. I'm assuming that eventually they come filtering back, and they want to help.
They totally do.
So
They could.
I have one of them turn me into. I'm going to go with Blue Dragon because I know it can burrow.
Okay.
The other two, I'm going to essentially tuck underneath my wings to protect them.
There's 8 of them.
Yeah, I only need 2.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I'm going to burrow through this catastrophe. Have these guys, have the 2 that I protected them under my wings, turn these 2 idiots into blue dragons, and then we're all going to burrow back.
Works. That's how many?
There, done. That's 3
Yeah.
calls.
How much time does this take, Brett? Am I done with haste now?
Probably not.
But before that happens, though, I want to know, does my intimidation work on her? Come on, look. Don't take this away from me, okay?
I'm going to say no for a couple reasons. One is she's in a bunch of rock, so it's going to be pretty hard to hear you. And number 2, actually, I was reading up on some intimidation and stuff like that. There's actual social interaction rules, like non-combat, where if somebody is not happy with you to begin with, it really affects your ability to intimidate you. They don't talk about combat. I have to look more into that. But obviously, if just socially, if they don't like you, it's harder for you to intimidate them than certainly in a combat. It might be a little bit more difficult.
But it's not really like intimidation. I'm not trying to intimidate.
Or
I'm trying
taunt.
Yeah, I'm trying to taunt her. I'm trying to make her get angry enough to that she'll just be like, fuck it, I'm just gonna hit this guy in the face because he's annoying me.
Yeah.
That's what I want to be achieve.
I'm
So
going to
at
say
that point, it's not really persuading her because it's kind of preying on her the fact that she doesn't like me already.
yeah.
Taking advantage of that.
I'm going to say based on the amount of rock and rubble that's around her ears right now and all the scraping and digging she's doing, probably doesn't hear you.
I mean, look, she's got a giant here, dragging him. So she's she's like super thingy.
I'm still going to say no on this one.
All right, fine, okay.
I'm sorry about your work hours last week.
I'm sorry too, and I'm even sorry that I don't know. I don't have anything good to say. I'm just, I'm tired.
No problem. So
Let's go with Krev's superior plan, okay?
Okay, so Krev, you are being polymorphed into a blue dragon, and who else?
Just me. I get polymorphed into a blue dragon. I tuck 2 of the fairies underneath my wings. They giggle as I dig through the mess. I release them when we get safely to the other side. They polymorph the other 2 fellows there. We all come burrowing back into the main room.
Gotcha.
And we can figure out if we're going to stay blue dragons or not. I'm probably going to go back to my half-orc form.
Okay.
With the spell effects and everything.
It's going to take you about a turn just to get to the burrowing place action to turn into a young blue dragon. another turn to get through on the other side, movement-wise, burrowing-wise, 40 feet of burrowing, and then an action to polymorph those guys, and then a third turn to pop on through. So it's been 3 turns to get
But
every.
Better than spending a full hour.
Yeah. So
Whoa, question though. Does polymorph and giant size stack? Can I be a giant sized dragon? Like an even gianter dragon?
The spell basically says you can only be polymorphed into something at your challenge rating or lower. The spell didn't, like, the potion didn't increase our challenge rating.
So is that a yes?
That's a no.
That's a no.
But you guys would be CR 13
CR what?
Blue Dragon?
11.
11. Oh yeah, CR 11 Dragon.
Yeah. Or, well, assuming there is one at blue level, I think Brett just basically said you turn into a young blue dragon. We get in there, get polymorph, we get out, and that's it.
Fair enough.
By the way, we have 3 rounds left of haste. So once we all arrive back in the main corridor, we have like 30 seconds.
So it
back, what's happening?
Yeah,
do
young Blue
anything
Dragons.
in those 3 turns? Or like, do we not hear her? Like, see anything? Like, is there a shaking of the rubble? Like anything like that?
Yeah, I'm figuring that out right now. Okay. As you're doing this, yes, you do hear some rubble movement to your south and west, and then further away to your west while you guys are doing what you're doing.
Once everyone arrives back in the main corridor, I'll let them know that there's been a lot of rumbling, and I think she's tunneling towards the west. There might be a tunnel up here.
All right, let's go look.
By this stage, what's even the point?
Haste is gone, by the way.
Yeah, but what is the point in following her? She's just going to hide away again. How are we even going to take her down? She's going to hit her run tactics.
We gotta get her quickly.
I will say, well, if we find her lair, she'll friggin' come.
Sure enough, if we go looking for her horde, she will come to defend that shit.
Exactly.
So we try and find her horde or her like innermost lair and just pray on the fact that she won't just leave it unguarded.
Yep, she likes her treasures. Follow me, guys.
The other thing is, if we can find the hammer, that's even better. We did come here for a hammer.
So, anyway, what's the hammer?
The scepter for the giants.
Yeah, what hammer are you talking about, Scott?
The scepter. The whole reason that we came here.
Let's go.
So,
you
but
guys come over here where Ventus is. See the orange thing?
Here's another question. Now, should we rest for a bit and like so Croc get your spells back?
I would love to, but I don't think she's going to let us. Like, if we just stop moving for an hour, she's going to come in and go, hi, attack, hi, attack.
I think we need to keep pressing in. And Witchy went to take a bio, so someone please move Witchy over with Krev and Ventus.
what you see before you is a demonic snake statue. Alabaster statue. It's carved to look like the head and neck of a giant demonic snake erupting from a block of stone. 10 feet high, and the block itself on the bottom is 10 feet high, and the serpent on top of that is 10 feet taller still. 2 gleaming eyes of polished obsidian. Its fanged mouth is open. It glares down at the 20-foot diameter hole in the sandstone floor below you there. Down, you look down that hole, and it just keeps on going. Like, you just don't know how far that shaft goes.
Well, that's good. There's a couple of corpses at the bottom of it.
Can I slide a rock and drop it and see how far it goes?
Yes, you can, and the rock drops, and it continues to drop until you don't see the rock anymore.
I cast light on myself again.
Okay, and then you hear a plunk way down at the end.
How far would you say that is based on the time it took to hit the bottom, guys?
Oh, hundreds of feet. Hundreds and hundreds of feet.
Okay. So we continue looking around.
Can I do a history check on this statue to see what I know about it?
Yeah, go for it. You know that it is representative of Dendar, the night serpent, which from last session you knew that the Yuan-ti were devotees of Dendar.
All right, I'll let everyone know it's filthy Dendar.
Did you say filthy Dendar?
I do. Let's continue on. I might even take a moment to relieve myself on the statue.
You do notice looking at this
giant, we can just push it over into the hole.
We could. That'd be fun.
That's possible too. It's 10 feet high, so it's probably pretty weighty. But with 4 giants pushing on it, or at least 3 and a cave bear.
I hit the front bottom of it with a few Eldritch Blasts to try and basically crack the form down there.
Mm-hmm.
We get behind it and we go, and we basically disfigure this statue to Dendar.
Not bad for Ventus on a strength. That's not bad at all.
Yeah, so I would imagine that
and add not 2 but 7 to that, so that's actually 23.
Yeah, so I would imagine that
yeah.
If not within 1 or 2 efforts, 3 or 4 good pushes, and if the plan is to push that statue down into that hole, then that's exactly what happens.
Or at least knock the top off it and into the hole. As like, obviously they think that Dendar's down there, so here, have a statue.
Yeah, so the night serpent head goes falling off into the hole, and
God help us if we actually needed that thing.
You sit there and listen for a while, and then all of a sudden there's a big boom down at the bottom.
That's so awesome. I take a moment to pee down the hole, and then we'll continue on.
All right, onward. Hopefully, where are we going?
I just want to say, by the way, the whole time he was doing that, like Lord just joined him. He's like really confused where the anger for Dendar was coming from. Like, he just doesn't understand it. So he's just like, yeah, but you know what? I'll just go along with these guys.
Well, I don't see anything else around here as I've been looking around. I'm assuming that we've been having time to do this.
Well, the one thing that you would notice is as you climb up where you're at there.
Okay.
That up at the top there is actually a hole, and the reason I blocked it off was you wouldn't have been able to see it from the level down below. There's actually a hole up top there that I will remove for you. And there is a room that it seems that you can scurry into and continue down into.
Actually, I'm not stupid. I will let Laura go first.
Okay, and I moved Cave Bear up with, so I'm just going to ping, center ping everybody here.
What do your elf eyes see, Lord?
I don't know, bro. What did my elf eyes see?
You know what? You guys think that's bad? Just wait till I'm a cat person.
Your elf eyes, yeah, exactly. Your elf eyes.
Somehow I think he'll be making perfect puns.
Your elf eyes see. So you climbed up the sand, and you've got some climbing down on the sand to do. But as you get to the top there and kind of come into this new room, which obviously is an incredibly large room itself, I will have you all roll initiative again, please.
Ooh, that's some good rolls, guys.
Oh, thank
Ooh.
God.
Everest did a terrible roll. You hear a growling from the southwest, and you hear Imra's voice saying, "This will be your grave."
Can I? So I
Speak
sorry, I was in
for
the bathroom
yourself.
quick, but can I add before we that? I
Sorry,
would
say
have again. I would have telepathically again reminded people not to be close to each other for a moment for breath weapon attack as we were clambering up to get where we are. Spread out.
okay. Well, you don't have a lot of room to spread out where you are right now, just be
I
given
know,
the
but
hole. But yep, go for it. So, Laura, your go, and that came from the southwest, but certainly out of your vision.
Can I tell like roughly how far away it was just based on the sound? Does it
Uh,
sound really far away or?
about 100 feet away, like not terribly far.
Okay. Law does what Law does, and he charges down there. Since is this like a slope or is it like kind of like cliffy? No.
It kind of looks cliffy. I'm thinking it's supposed to be actually a slope, like a big pile of sand.
but being that we're as big as we are, it doesn't create a hindrance.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna slide down it then.
Screaming Geronimo!
Okay, is that your turn?
2 seconds. Yes, it's my turn.
Okay, Ventus, your go.
Wait.
Nope.
I use because I didn't use my action. I'll use my action to dodge if anything happens.
Okay, Ventus is your go.
How much more time do we have left on these giant potions?
You've got 24 hours in total, and you
It's probably been like an hour or two at most, right?
yeah. I don't even think it's been. I don't even think it's been much more than an hour. So you're still good to go for the day.
Man, that's so cool.
How long do you think since we initiated the combat and I summoned my fairies? Still less than an hour? Or?
Initiated which combat? The one up on the surface level or down here?
Down here is where I summoned. No, up was.
Up on the surface level? Sorry, I missed that.
Yes, up on the surface level. I just want to make sure that because I get them for an hour, right?
Yeah, you're probably getting close to an hour. Probably after this encounter.
All right, so I'm gonna come up towards the back of Lore. I'm gonna touch him again, right on the back, and I'm gonna cast haste. But I have no more third level spells, so I'm gonna cast it at fourth level. But there's no benefits from casting at a higher level. I just can do it. So
Okay.
you're now hasted, Lore.
Okay, is that your turn?
Yeah, and then I'm gonna move back 5 feet this way. Oh shit, that was 10 feet. 1 second.
That's all right. While you're doing that, Krev, it's your turn.
Mini Penny's gonna help Lore on his first attack, please.
So I'm going to just double move because I don't know where this creature is.
Yeah, all you know is it's to the southwest.
Oh, there. And yeah, that's it.
Okay. Cave Bear.
Okay. Corner. And I don't have all my fairies on here, but a couple of them are flying high and heading towards the dragon. The other ones, I guess, on but high up. And
Okay.
I guess with my action also
How much flight would they have?
only 30.
Okay.
Actually, they can go 60. The two that are going forward will have will have doubled up. They're going full on. They're not getting within 30 feet of her, but they're heading that direction.
Okay.
Action.
If you want to use the giant eagle there behind you as a pixie to represent the ones that are going ahead.
Okay, so they would have been over here ahead anyway with these guys. So like,
No, they wouldn't have. They would start back here. You guys all started back here.
all of us together. Okay.
Yeah.
So
At the start of your turn.
So I don't have vision on them, so I can't really. But.
Here, I'll add vision to them right now. I'm assuming they have 60 dark vision.
So. So they'd be like up here.
Okay.
They can't see her.
No, they can't.
Okay. And then the other ones are staying around. That's it. That's my turn. Actually, hold on. And then that's it.
Okay. A flash of lightning comes from the southwest.
Oh, hell.
And is everybody within those three, Ventus, Krev, and Lore, everybody within 10 feet of that line?
Yep, I'm afraid so.
I would say so too.
It's pushing it on Lore. I'd say based on where he is.
Deck save?
We still have our potions of resistance.
Yes, you do.
DC 23 deck save, please.
There's no way I can make this. Fortunately,
Unless you crit it.
Yes, but still, because of that claw that I'm holding, I take half damage, I believe.
Okay.
Oh, do you need one from me as well?
Yeah, just just in case you crit it. Wolf, 103 damage. And then reduced by your any resistances and stuff like that.
Don't forget, we all have inspiration.
Ouch.
And in that flash, that is what. Can you see Imrith there once I put that light there?
Yes.
Okay, so that in the flash of her lightning, that's what you see.
Just for clarification, who did the breath weapon hit?
It hit Lore, Ventus, and Krev, I believe.
Okay, is it 51 or 52?
You round down.
51.
You lose haste.
Oof.
That is not good.
Is everybody still up?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm hurt. Pretty good.
It is Lore's turn.
Does he lose haste now or on his turn? Or on your turn?
It's
As
gone.
soon as I got hit, he lost it.
And Laura, you're up.
I say, stop hiding in the shadows and fight as you coward dragon, and I just dash forward.
And you can just at the edge of your sight, you can see her there.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay, Ventus is up.
I follow.
If you get polymorphed into a blue dragon, do you get the resistance?
I'd have to look up polymorph to see what you get and what you don't get. Or actually, if you don't mind looking into SRD and do the same thing.
I just thought someone might
Hang on, I'll give you the polymorph spell in a second here.
have it open.
Here's the thing, I'm not sure, unless you wanted to stay in the polymorph form and not be in your cave bear form, you'd probably have gone back to cave bear.
Say what?
You are stronger in your cave bear form than you are in the, in the
yes.
polymorph form, so none of us would have stayed that way.
No, but I'm saying if on my turn.
Oh shit! Are you a cave bear? I mean, I don't
Yes.
think you are anymore, right?
Everyone went back.
Oh, when they canceled the spell. Okay,
Yeah.
I got it. I got you. Okay, good.
Okay, I think we're at Krev, are we?
Mm-hmm.
Go, Crab, go.
Assassinate her with your bolts of magic wonderness.
Well, I don't see her is the problem, so I'm just going to move there. And that's my turn.
Okay. Did you
Well,
dash or
she's over here somewhere?
was that a dash or regular movement?
That was a dash.
Okay, I just want to see if you could. Okay, Cave Bear turn.
Okay, so
Yeah,
give me
Laura.
one moment.
Laura will tell you she's right about there.
That's fine. I think that's range. Yes, it is. Dancing lights. One of the pixies. So there's like a light here, whatever, all scattered.
So how many of those dancing lights would be there approximately?
4. Give me a sec. 120 range. 4 torch-sized lights within range, each creating a 10-foot radius.
Okay, I think. Actually, I just gave you control over those, so you can move those wherever you want. You should be able to move those wherever you want, whenever you want.
That's about right. Like they'd just be spread out a bit. That's fine.
Okay, is that your turn?
No, one pixie, and then the pixie closest to Ventus flies down to him. How bad did you look? Ventus? Health-wise? Vorpal?
Can you hear us, Vorpal?
DM, how bad does it look?
Yeah, I can let you know. He's got 67 hit points left.
And Krev, how does he look?
I've got 111 hit points left.
Yes, you're fine too. Well, both your fairies would ask you, would you like to be a blue dragon?
And my response would be no.
You sure?
I can't cast as a blue dragon.
If you're gonna die, do you want to be a blue dragon?
Go bother someone else, Barry. Or I'll call your master on you.
I got work to do.
Exactly. They're gonna try to stay out of line of sight because they're not stupid, so they're scattering. But I will come down, barrel down. Oh, I don't want to be. Let's go to. I guess over here. So I'm out of line of sight. And one more actually. And yeah, that's it. No one else is in there.
Okay, that's your turn.
Yes, sir.
Imrith goes for recharge. Doesn't get it. Just checking to see if there's anything else.
Sorry, I forgot to move.
And she goes stomping off to the south there. And Laura, you're up.
Okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do. This is the time to use this. I don't. So we still have those charms restoration that we got ages ago. I think I'm gonna pop action to cast Great Restoration.
Yeah, I remember you guys getting.
Yep.
Oh wait, no, wait, no. Wait. I'm stupid. It doesn't actually heal me.
No, it doesn't. It would like. Here's the
The
thing:
status
if
effect
she ever
thing.
pulls that blindness trick again, you can use the lesser version and get rid of the blindness. So
Yeah.
it's a really
Damn,
good
I thought it was a
charm,
heal.
but no restoration.
No, it is good,
removes
yeah.
effects.
Yeah, that's not the heal I was looking for.
This is not the spell you are looking for.
Yeah. Fuck it. I'm just gonna run up. I'm gonna dash again.
I'm just gonna
Whole
add.
whole time I'm shouting, Imarith, get back here. Blah blah blah.
One of these dancing lights chases after him. The bonus action.
Okay. But that's a bonus action on their turn, not Laura's turn.
That's true.
Therefore, on your turn. Laura, as you get there, a cracking of light dances across these two portions of the cavern.
Son of a bitch.
And I am going to need you to do a DC 15 Dexterity saving throw.
You're made of dex.
Big money,
Yeah.
big money, no whammies.
And you,
I mean,
If it's lightning damage, he's only taking a quarter of it.
yeah, and you see it happening, and you duck down, and nothing.
you know what I do?
What do you do?
I do like a foot slide. And I glide underneath it. You know, it goes just over my head, and as I like glide like against the ground, and then I like stand back up again afterwards.
And says, "Ha
Yes, exactly.
Okay, Ventus, your turn.
All right, so I've been hanging around these pixies for a long time. Do I know if they can heal me?
They can't.
Fuck.
And you know that.
Okay. I'm gonna dash after him.
Okay.
That's why they were offering to polymorph you instead.
Mini Penny is going to continue to hover about, out of range, and support Lore with a help action on his first attack. In turn.
Okay, Krev, you're up.
Okay, 1 second. I still don't see the dragon, do I?
No.
It's just because you're facing the wrong way, Krev. On the
Has
now
not
you see
moved.
it, right?
You still don't see the dragon.
Dang it!
Turn around again, see what happens.
You know what? I'm just gonna kind of go defensive. Use the defensive action.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, cancel that. 1 second. I'm gonna dash over here.
Here's a question: that dodge that Lore had queued, can he use
There.
that on a lightning bolt?
I don't think so because it's magical. It's like an AOE. And I think defense only gives them disadvantage on attacking me. So it wouldn't give her disadvantage because it's an AOE attack. I
Okay.
believe, anyway.
Sorry, I missed that. What's the AoE we're talking about?
Just saying that with that breath weapon, because he had a dodge queued, would that have been? Would he have gotten to?
It wasn't a breath. It wasn't a breath weapon.
Oh, like rude.
It didn't come from.
Oh no, the first one, the little one that actually.
Oh,
hit him.
gotcha. You focus entirely taking avoiding attacks until the start of next turn. The attack roll made against you has disadvantage, and you make dexterity saving throws with advantage.
Oh, so I might have succeeded, maybe.
What was your advantage roll on that one?
No, you had.
It was 11.
Yeah, you had 18-11. But good call.
No, just asking.
Yeah.
We need every little thing we can get. So.
So, Krev, that's your turn, I think. If so, it's Cave Bear.
Okay, so dancing lights are following behind him, or actually moving up ahead of him, and they're kind of floating around, following people.
Okay.
So, we're making sure that we have lots of light, and but then the fairy flips down towards Krev again. How about Troll? You can cast with Troll. Regeneration.
Is that true, or is the fairy just making shit up? I don't know.
Trolls regenerate.
I'm gonna have
On the-
less
on
hit
the
points.
beginning of
I'm gonna have less hit points as a troll than I do right now. Krev's uninterested in changing form. I look at the fairy and I say, I know you're trying to be helpful. If I need something, I'll ask. And while he says this, he blinks and his eyes go cat and to try and impress upon the fact that he's very familiar with the Fae and he serves someone who would basically kill her on a moment's notice. So don't fuck with me. I'm assuming that most Seelie Fae are in awe, if not fear, of Oberon.
Well, they are definitely aware of the hierarchy. Let's say that at least.
But I don't actually threaten it. It's literally, I know you're trying to help. If I need something, I'll ask.
Okay. So, sorry, Cave Bear, is that your turn?
Somehow I muted myself. No, one flew down to Ventus and also asked them the same thing. How about you? Well, cast. No?
How about you polymorph yourself into something that can heal me?
That would be nice. No. Roll? Cave Bear moved. The other pixies are all dispersing and trying to be protective, except for that one that's dashing ahead. Even going ahead of Lore. Not within 30 feet of her.
And that pixie will just see the edge of Imareth, yes.
Oh, actually, like, bottom of that. Is this 30 feet or is that 35?
It's got to be 30 feet.
It's monstrous.
It's got to be touching the squares that the token is touching. So
Oh, you got 30 there.
I would say
that's
30.
feet. Okay, one more spell and then I'm done. She tries to cast Detect Thought. So. And remember, she's at the top of the cave as well. She's in.
So there's a target must make a wisdom saving throw.
Yep.
So here comes that.
Oh, that's a pass. And that's it.
Okay, so that didn't work.
No. Trying to get an advantage, and she could tell us what they're doing. Okay.
Okay, so that's your turn.
And a breath weapon. Yeah, that's my turn.
Alrighty. Goes for the recharge, doesn't get it. And heads further to the south, and then you hear some scratching and what sounds like burrowing sounds. Sorry guys, I'm going totally guerrilla on you guys with this one.
Yeah, I was about to say some
Well, she
guerrilla
should.
warfare tactics. I don't think we've ever faced an enemy like this before, to be honest with you.
Well, that's why I kind of want to use it, not just not just for the heck of it, but not just for your regular old fight too.
Yeah, it's like we got to figure out how the hell we're gonna pin her down. This is ridiculous.
Everybody, give me
her main layer somewhere in here, perhaps.
Everybody, give me a perception roll, please. Zero.
Zero.
At least you're passive. You've got a -1 on your perception apparently, and you rolled a critical fail.
Except if it's
I
not.
passed mine.
And what's your Paral? Is your passive the 13 or the 17?
So
Plus
if you
five.
click your token and then hit perception, it shows your passive too.
It's +5 on whatever it says here.
Okay.
But on top of that, though, I also have advantage. Hold on smelling base.
Okay, this doesn't have anything to do with smelling. When you hear the burrowing sounds, it certainly sounds like it's coming from your east and south, so kind of to your left and ahead of you. Sorry, facing the screen to your right and downwards. So not relative to your token, but relative to you, the player, looking at your screen. And Laura, you're up.
I look back to the group and I say, I think she's clearly trying to give us the runaround. I don't know if this direction is where her lair is or the innermost part of her horde, but do you want to go down this path or should we go back and not play this game of hers? I don't really feel like chasing her around into traps.
I say I agree with Lore. We search out and see if we can find her lair.
Do any of you guys
Take a short rest.
deplete a lot of your spellcasting ability? Is there anything we can use to locate her lair?
I can try to scry on her, but it's likely not going to work. I don't think I can scry on an object. I'm going to pop the scry spell up. Right, I'm not actually casting it.
Yeah, no problem. Yes, you can. You can scry on an object, but you would. I think you can describe on an object.
Possession.
No, it says creature here. You can see or hear a particular creature you choose the same plane of existence.
Right at the bottom, instead of targeting a creature, you can choose a location you have seen before as the target of the spell, which, if you're looking for her lair, you haven't seen her lair before. Or sorry,
Yeah.
her
I was
hoard.
hoping to basically,
Look at the scepter.
yeah. So no, I can't do this, and I don't have find the object or find the path. Sorry, locate object or anything like that. Oh, to be a fucking wizard right now. Yeah. No, we're just gonna have to search for. Let's stay as a group, but roughly clump, like not clumped, and let's see if we can find the core of her lair. And start stealing from her, because that will likely bring her. Shall we?
Let's. So I vote we go back north and try and find like another alternative path because I can't imagine she would ever try and lead us down the path where her lair is in that direction.
Yeah, there's something over here, and then we can go back to the main room, and I think there might have been a direction south from that. Yeah, let's just poke about.
I say, can I move up 30 feet? I'm going to jump on Braille, and for my bonus action, I'm going to cast Second Wind, which I don't think I've used for a long ass time. Try and get some help back.
I'm sorry, did you say you're going to jump Bryle and use Second Wind?
Woohoo!
It was right out there. I had it.
Smile breaks out on Crow's face.
I thought you were supposed to jump him, use second wind, and then jump him again. I'm confused. Come on, guys.
Jump him first, finish, use second wind, start all over again.
Go downstairs for some OJ and some cheese and crackers or something.
Well, that's Lord's young, eh? So he still doesn't know completely the ways of everything.
He doesn't need the second wind for that.
He doesn't need. Oh, I feel old.
Oh gosh. Okay, so what's the plan here? You can move in a group. Just do whatever movement you would do as a group, and then I can describe what's going on with the environment.
So yeah, we're trying to find another path essentially.
Can I ask a question? If Brile changes me into a troll, can I still cast?
I think that
Is that
they
a
have
thing that
language
can
skills,
happen?
right?
I think you keep your mental attributes, but you take on, I don't know.
The target game stats, including mental ability scores, are replaced by the stats of the chosen beast. The target retains its alignment and personality. So your game stats
Replaces their mental stats.
Yeah, the target's game stats, including mental ability scores, are replaced by the stats of the chosen beast. So it sounds like the only thing you keep is your personality and alignment.
It loses.
The creature is limited in its actions it can perform by the nature of its new form. It can't speak, cast spells, or take any other action that requires hands or speech.
There it is.
Okay. No, that's what I wanted to know. I was trying to find that.
Yeah, the second last paragraph of polymorph.
Okay, cool.
Which is why I use it to rescue you guys, and then it's like back to our half-orc form because I'm more useful here.
Yeah.
Now
That's cool. It was a good idea, though, Witchy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We've been at it for about an hour and a half a bit. Do we want to take a bit of a break before we continue?
I could use a
Keep
snack.
going.
Sorry, what was the vote?
Yes.
Take a break?
Yeah, I could take a 5-minute break. I need to take a bar break anyway.
Okay. Let's try and make it a quick one if we can for everybody and be back in 5 instead of the usual 15 or 20.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Back.
I am back, and welcome back.
Right on. Yeah, I just figure, obviously I want these things to be exciting. At the same time, I figure with Imarith, like, this is her lair, and she's going to use everything at her power to mess you guys up. The other thing, too, is that she's pretty hurt from the previous fight. So she's going to be defensive and attacking as much as possible, but also want to make sure it's fun for you guys, as always.
Oh, I'm having a blast. I can't wait till we get to pin her down, because we're going to beat the shit.
So you guys got a lot of potential storms going off in the south there. I've got friends and family, actually, on Gulf side of Florida, and they're about to get hit pretty hard.
Oh, yeah. I had a bunch of guys down south in Houston that were in the hurricane and had to be evacuated, and saw, like, boats driving by their house and stuff. And a lot of work friends down there that had to get evacuated, and some engagements and stuff had to be shut down, and it was crazy. It was like once in a lifetime type of thing. I hope.
Yeah.
I hope. I mean, but now we're having an even worse one on Florida. This is insane. I can't believe it.
Yeah, I've got
There's another one right behind it as well.
My nephew. My nephew and his family are Palm Harbor, which is right on the Gulf. By Dunedin, where I happen to know that because that's where the Toronto Blue Jays do their spring training, and about an hour west of Tampa. And so the reports are not looking good for that area. And then there's another one that currently is tracking to, as Witchy was saying, tracking to head up the eastern seaboard and do some damage to D.C. and possibly New York. And New York got hit pretty hard there a couple years ago with that storm. I can't remember which storm that was. But this is like Houston's already been hit. There was another one right after the big one with Houston. There was two there. Yeah, it's and St. Martin's, the island, is like 90% of the buildings apparently are gone. Like it's just, yeah, the devastation is any hurricane is devastating, but these ones are just going to be out to lunch.
You saw Jose's track is potentially going to hit the East Coast.
Yeah, I was just mentioning that one. Yeah.
And there's another one forming behind it off of Africa right now. That its track is more northerly, which if it did actually come to North America, it looks like it would come towards.
Unfortunately, but also fortunately for me, I live in like the most boring place on the planet. So like, there's no earthquakes, there's no hurricanes, there's no dangerous animals that want to kill me. You know, it's like it's like probably the safest like country in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, same thing with Canada in general. East Coast will get hit with storms and such like that too. But oh well, hopefully everybody stays safe and does a smart thing and gets out of there. Although I know my nephew is hunkering down, which oh well, it is what it is. Okay, back at it.
I guess.
Okay, we'll do the same thing as before, which was if you guys want to move, like I'll take you off the turn order. If you guys want to move as a group, but again, like kind of do one round as a group, because obviously stuff is happening. So as a group, what would you like to do? That doesn't mean you have to all go in the same direction or same spot. It just means that you're moving, you're doing your thing as a group. You're moving, you're making decisions as a group, I guess. That's what
Well,
I'm
I'm
trying to say.
reminding these guys we really need to not be on top of each other. After we
I
do
looked at. I don't want to get off of you, okay? Let's just stay together. I just want to be close to you, man. Come on.
Well, this is different. Ride me, baby.
Okay, so everybody move their typical speed in a round in whatever direction you want to go.
Wherever Laura goes, I'm just on them. But like I said, stay at least like 20, 25 feet away.
And what you see there, Lore, is again one of these sand piles heading up. Vorpal, you're back. Yeah, I was talking to you. I was worried
Yeah,
that
I'm
you were
here.
back. Yeah. And then just let me know when everybody's done moving their tokens wherever they want to be.
The clouds.
I saw that Brile, and the first thing I thought is didn't Brile say don't bunch up?
They just want to die.
Yeah. Okay, so everybody's done moving where they want to be. When you're done moving, give me some perception rolls, please.
I keep forgetting to roll it off my character, not off my sheet.
Yeah, it's whatever. It just gives us your passive.
I think my passive's like 15.
And Krev, perception?
I don't think Scott's.
Did Krev come back?
Actually, your passive is messed up on your sheet there.
Yeah, because it used to be 17 or something like that.
Who?
And I just realized, did Dethick come back? Have we heard from Dethick yet?
I hope not, because I can't see him coming right up behind me after I told everybody.
Okay, we'll wait.
I'm about to turn around and roar at everybody to scare them away.
We'll wait for Dethick. I'm sorry, I thought we had everybody back yet. And while we do that, I will see why the perception on. Oh, it's because it's rolling off of his token, which the token is the cave bear, as
Are
opposed.
you talking about me?
Yeah. So do you?
No, because my cave bear form has a different perception than I do.
Okay, so you take on the perception of your form as opposed to Brile the druid.
Right, but I have a +5 still, because that feat doesn't
So you have +5. Why?
on my passive, my feat. That's why my passive is so high, because I have a feat.
Okay, so when you make that roll, your passive should be 18.
Yes. I said that, but
Hello.
maybe I didn't say it loud enough for the mic to pick it up.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I changed it on the cave bear. Hey, Dethick.
Just waiting on you, bud. We're ready to go.
All right.
Perception check.
So yeah, please give me a perception check for Krev.
And move a little bit so they're not too close. Fire.
Move where? Sorry, I didn't
So-
move at all.
No, just
No, that's what I'm saying. Like right now, if we get a lightning bolt right here, everyone gets hit. After I just finished saying to everybody, hey, make sure you guys aren't too close to that happens.
Look, you guys moved on top of me.
No. That's what I'm saying. Move.
hang on. Dethick just got back here. He doesn't know what's going on because we were talking before he got back here.
I'm not giving him a hard time. I'm just saying, hey, so I'm saying to everybody, don't be close enough to each other that we're going to be in a single line of fire. And he hasn't got to move yet, so I'm telling him, hey, move so that doesn't happen.
Okay, group hug, everybody.
I'm in a little covey.
Hang it love and like admiration.
There you go. So I'll deal with the passive perception rolls in a second, and yeah, what I was saying. We'll just have you act in a round as opposed to in turn order at this point, Dethick for Krev. So you can do the movement that you would have in a round and head in whatever direction you want to go, and Witchy was reminding people not to group up. So with your perception rolls, and Witchy having a passive of 18, which is incorrect on the screen, I know that. Witchy, Cave Bear, you would hear the tunneling, the burrowing continuing off to your east. It sounds like it's getting a little bit further away.
Ping it.
Off in this kind of general direction over here.
I suddenly abruptly stop.
What's that?
I suddenly abruptly stop and turn, and I telepathically say, behind us.
Okay. You don't see anything, but that's what you hear.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Everybody else, again, take whatever action you would take within a round. Krev, you, if it doesn't become obvious to your north there, you're starting to see a wall, which you passed by on your way after the dragon. And Cave Bear, I think, and Laura's also seeing that wall too. So Cave Bear and Laura goes after the burrowing sound, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And Ventus, what's your plan? And obviously, sorry, what's that?
I'm following.
Okay. Laura, did you jump off Cave Bear, or you, like, I know you've got to move yourself with Cave Bear.
That is too close, too close, too close, too close.
Cave Bear's growling at you.
It is. He's like gnarling.
Congratulations, you've all lined up.
Takes a bite at you.
Snaps at the air.
Okay, I moved there instead. That's still within my range.
That being that's still an arc. I mean, that's still a single line. All of us 10 feet apart from each other.
You can't hit me from here.
Right there.
Does that hit me?
Absolutely, 10 feet from the line.
10
See,
feet from
we've been hit twice now from it. So we should all know that.
Wait, Brett, is the line 10 foot wide or 10 or 20 foot wide?
It's 5 feet wide.
The lightning breath?
Hmm.
It is 10 feet wide.
So it's 5 foot within the line then.
Yeah, so I'm right, and you're wrong.
Yeah,
Right. I'm saying based on the last breath weapon, which means that not elf.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it basically
fine.
means that Brett cheated.
He
Brett,
did.
Brett misread.
That's okay. No, that's okay. I'm just trying to protect the. Not being a dick.
Yep. My apologies. It is 10 feet wide.
That's okay. Remember that on a kill shot.
Okay.
Remember that time.
Yeah. Bryle, I'm going to stick with your guys' passive perception. I'm going to stick with your perception rolls, if you don't mind. So Cave Bear hears the burrowing continue off into the northeast direction, getting quite far away now. Or, well, relatively speaking, quite far away.
I say to Krebs, she's really moving now, and she's behind you. Or depending which way you're going.
Okay.
I'm actually charging out one. Horizontal. Riding me hard.
Ventus and Krev?
I moved there.
I moved there. Actually, no. I'm sorry. I moved there. What about your little fairy lights? Do they follow?
They can only move 30, and they're going to follow until they come out of range.
Okay.
Okay. Excuse me.
They
And
might be running out about now.
Can they cast it again? Is that like a cantrip?
Oh,
or
yeah.
a first level,
No,
or-
it's one of their spells. But I've only cast it once out of 8.
Oh, okay, I got you.
excuse me. Bryle, you hear the burrowing heading to the south now, south of your position. And Krev, just outside of your, just at the edge of your vision, you see some glimmering going on over here.
Oh. I let her say, "Oh, what is this?"
Yeah. I turn to go towards her, and then, Seth can say whatever. Hey, stop.
So I move over here, and I'm guessing I see a giant pile of gold.
You see two 10-foot high sandstone walls that you were around the perimeter of before, and a giant pile of gold coins lies in the sand where the two where the two walls meet.
Is there anything other than gold coins?
Up on top of the gold coins, you see a familiar scepter. You see some sarcophagi piled up against the walls as well. And I think that's about it.
Click on the detect magic eyesight, and what's magical?
The scepter up at the top of the pile is certainly magical.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I'm just seeing if there's anything else magical sitting there. You certainly detect magic inside the sarcophagi. Again, there's 6 of them.
Mm-hmm.
And
I sure wish Lore had some magical breastplate or something. Dragons.
and Krev, I believe that's it.
Well, I do shout over, Ventus, Lore, Brile. I think we found it. By the way, I'm kind of reaching towards the sack of holding at this point because, I think we could do with some more gold.
Okay, everybody, there's a lot of gold there.
Yeah, I know. I'm about to try and fill a bag of holding to the brim with gold.
Can you refresh my memory? Can you refresh my memory? That OFO, was it had to be...
it was attuned.
It
had to be attuned.
I was going to say otherwise. Give it to Lore quick.
So Ventus, Lore, and Cave Bear, what do you do as Krev calls out to you and says, I think I found the stash, and is starting to ready himself to start piling stuff in the thingamabobby.
Krev's little fairy whisks down towards him. Fly?
Yes.
Ventus says yes too, and I start looking at the gold.
And your fairy goes, I know how fly left.
Ventus goes, shit.
But then this other one comes down and pushes her aside. I do, and she casts it on you.
Ventus goes from happy to sad to happy back again, and then he's confused for a second and has to clear his head. But all the gold is awesome.
But the one that says she doesn't, she looks over towards the pile. What's the range on this? Oh. Yes. What's the range on Dispel Magic? Who has it? Anybody know quickly?
I think
30 feet, I think.
60?
120. So is this more than 120 feet? It's not, right?
Sorry, 120 feet to where?
To this pile of sparkling
No.
goldness?
No, you're good.
So this other fairy casts Dispel Magic. She goes, ooh, what if traps?
Okay, she casts a spell magic.
Mm-hmm. At that, look at the spell one more time. Mm-hmm. She's trying to dispel any magical traps that are waiting for her.
Does she see a magical effect? Because you have to choose a creature, an object, or a magical effect within range.
The object being the mound.
I think you're wasting a dispel magic spell.
It's not like she's going to get to use it before she disappears right away anyway, so doing it anyway.
Yeah, because your pixies are getting close to their hour, right?
They are, right?
Yeah.
So, so how about passive perception? They have a perception +4. It doesn't say they're passive. Oh yes, it is 14. So Perception is a what check?
Wisdom check. So Ventus and Krev have moved in position in this particular round. What's like I know you're doing some stuff with your pixies, but what's Cave Bear and Lore doing? Any particular
Not
movements?
being too close because I'm suspicious,
Mhm.
and I tell Laura that.
I mean, if he doesn't go close, I'm gonna get off and stand by my companions with Krev.
This fairy, well, fly by them because they're flying now, right?
Oh, they are.
Yeah. Hold on, how many
I
flies do I
fly
have
in.
left? 5, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I have 2 more.
Look, if they're flying, I'm gonna stay with you. I'm just, but I will say to you, let's go closer.
And one of the fairies comes over. Fly? What's a question to you?
I don't know if I trust your fairies, to be honest with you.
They're mischievous, but they haven't tried to hurt us yet.
Yeah. Sure. Why not? Let's fly.
You're flying. I'm not, so you can like go off with me.
Okay, so Dragon or
The
Gold?
nicest, just you can go ahead and get off me. I've ever heard.
So Dragon or Gold?
Well, to be fair,
Too close. Too close.
I think we grab the scepter because that's what we're here for.
Mm-hmm.
We basically dump several pounds of gold into the bag of holding. We're probably going to have to deal with the sarcophagi the moment that we touch this stuff. But that's what I have Ventus and Lore here for.
Mm-hmm.
I
And
say,
then we leave, because I really don't want to play cat and mouse with the dragon that every once in a while is going to do 100 hit points of damage every breath weapon.
yeah.
Especially if they're all five.
So, do we?
Yeah, enough, Witchy.
I might have missed something, guys.
Sorry, what's that, Lore?
I said I might have missed something, but do we see the scepter?
Yes,
Yes, it's
on
like
top,
right there.
on top of the pile of gold. So I'm trying to figure out whether you guys are going to spend time stuffing treasure, or are you going to go after a dragon?
Well, I'm going to help grab stuff, treasure, and do the stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
Scepter into bag of holding, treasure into bag of holding, and then I say we leave.
Kreb's got the right idea. How about this? I'm gonna run up and grab that scepter. Like, I'm gonna parkour up this mountain of gold, grab that scepter,
It's gorgeous.
Fly up.
and I'm gonna backflip off while these two are filling up their bags of gold, and we're gonna get the out of here.
You're flying, so you don't touch the ground, so you don't trigger a trap.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I'm gonna fly over there nonchalantly.
That sounds amazing. So it sounds even more amazing with the parkour, but you'll do some boring fly. You fly up there toward...
Thing is, know what I do? I park like I pretend. I'm gonna pretend I'm parkouring. You know, I'm basically running on air. So, but I'm gonna make all the movements, makes it look like I'm parkouring. But in actual fact, there's no real effort there. It's just,
You Cirque du Soleil that shit.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, exactly.
Okay, so as you head up and the rest of the guys are grabbing the coins and stuff like that, the coins start to swirl in the air and form into air elementals.
Oh my god.
And we are...
Awesome.
What's that?
Awesome.
And we are rolling initiative.
Right.
So, do you still have banish?
I was going to say, can you like twin banish at a higher level and get all of them?
And I'm trying to get these guys on here.
Yes.
I was going to say, Brett, do us a favor and roll less than 6, and you will double it. Nice. All right.
Sorry about that.
No, don't be.
Okay, I won't be.
Good.
Yeah, you guys rolled terribly, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Let us do this. All right. Gold coins fly over this way. There's a lot of gold coins, by the way, in this dude.
I'm just when we defeat these and I scoop a bunch away, I'll let you figure out how many I managed to stuff in the bag of holding before we leave.
Okay. Funny enough, I know exactly how much you're going to stuff in the bag of holding.
Oh, good, thank you.
No problem.
What's the limit of the bag of holding? How much can it carry?
Yeah, we'll have to look. We'll have to look up that, but that's in my mind too.
Don't worry, I trust DM.
Nope, no problem. So these swirl of gold swirl around Krev to begin with, and actually let's do this all at one time. Swirl around Lore and Vorpal, and I need everybody to do a DC 13 saving throw, please.
Of what type?
Oh, strength. Excuse me.
By everybody, you mean everybody that's in. See that? Because I'm behind them.
Yeah, you're smart.
Hey, I was here first. They just moved.
Guys, you need to count it for your giant strength potion, right?
Oh yes. So actually, I made it then.
I still fail.
With a +7? Damn. Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'm just seeing if you guys take anything on failure. I know what's so. Anyways, Ventus takes 19. Saving throw is successful. The target takes half the bludgeoning damage and isn't flung away or knocked prone. So Ventus, you're prone. So and take 19. The other two of you take 9. And we're going to determine which way Ventus went.
If they do that to a creature larger than themselves,
You guys are flying, though.
doesn't matter.
Affects you if you're flying.
Takes bludgeoning damage and is flung up to 20 feet away from the elemental in a random direction and knocked prone. Doesn't really talk about size.
Okay, just thought I'd ask.
Yeah, no, good call.
Throw me.
Ventus, you are chucked northwest. So one was north and then all the way around to northwest. And so that means Lore has to do a Dex 13 saving throw or take the same damage and be knocked prone.
Wait, what?
So I need a
Ventus
Dex saving
just
throw.
got thrown into you.
Yeah.
Oh, come the fuck on.
So take the same target takes for every 10 feet it was thrown. So both of you guys take 1d6. So you kaboom! You both take 6 damage.
But not knocked prone because they're flying, like as per last game.
I think knocked. Yes, you're exactly right because it's magical. Yeah, you're right. And this last guy sidles up to. I'll just move these guys out a little bit so you guys can see yourself. Last guy saddles up to Krev and does a 2 slams on Krev. 14 and 15.
14 hits. I blink over here to where the scepter is because Misty escape. So I'll only take the first damage. Thank you very much.
All right, 17 then.
Okay.
And Lore, it is your turn.
I take half my movement to stand up.
Okay.
I mean, I'm in the air anyway, but I'll
I'm officially bloodied and bruised because my hit points are doubled at the moment, and I just got back down to my hit point level.
Wow.
Yeah, I've been bloodied and bruised for a while.
Well, that's because you've been riding Brow.
Lord, you
Yeah.
don't have to get up because we.
Sorry, that would be Barial bloodied and bruised. Hey,
No,
I'm not going down here.
Point of order.
I was going to
What was you
say,
saying, Bob?
remember to use lube.
Oh, God.
Laura, you didn't get knocked prone, so you have all your movement.
Or he got knocked prone but doesn't fall out of the sky. I can't remember which. I know he doesn't fall out of the sky.
It says you cannot be knocked prone.
Okay. Okay, no prone. All movement.
Okay.
We're
I'm gonna
like,
attack.
what, 10 feet up or something?
Yeah, I think so. Either way, I'm gonna attack this guy right here.
Okay. These guys are all flying, which I guess probably is obvious anyways. Okay, go for it.
19.
Okay, that is a hit.
Oh, 17 piercing damage.
Okay, some coins fall from the sky, but still looks
Pennies from heaven.
still looks pretty.
Another hit.
Yes.
23.
Okay.
40 points of damage. Another hit. 18.
Yes. Hits. 24. It's looking less windy.
And bonus attack.
That's a hit.
And 21.
A lot less windy, but still up.
Yeah, it's my turn.
Okay. Ventus.
Okay, I'm going to cast Banishment on all 4 of these. So I'm going to go ahead and do that, and then I'm going to tell you how I did it.
Okay.
There's Banishment. So the first thing I do is I convert my 4th level spell slot, the last one I have left, into sorcery points. So that gives me 4. So that brings me to 7 total. And then I'm going to twin Banishment at 5th level. So that gives me 1, 2, and then 2 more. So that's 4. So that's my 5th level spell slot. And that's how I did it. And so I'd take away 5 sorcery points.
Okay. So they have to make.
So I have 2 left.
They have to make charisma saving throw or be banished.
My spell saving throw is 17.
This is going to be pretty tough for these guys, I think. Let me just check to see if they get any advantages.
Nope.
It doesn't look like it, so they all just went banished.
Ventus takes a bow and then says, well, let's go. Fill that bag up.
Okay, and before... before Cave Bear gets to go...
Oh man.
I knew it.
The ceiling above Vorpal, or no, I gotta pick one. The ceiling above Vorpal starts to collapse, and I need a DC 15 Dex throw from Vorpal.
Dude, you know, Imrith is one of those characters where
There we go.
You saved against Imrith as one of those characters. Which?
So what?
Sorry, what were you gonna say? She does what?
No, I was just gonna say she's one of those like I generally I really like her, but like I like her because I hate her so much. Like when you said that she appears and that she's doing it, came to mind, it's just you bitch, like you fucking bitch, like I'm gonna kill you so hard. But it's like, you know, you'd love to hate like a villain so much. It's getting to that point with me and Nero. Like I almost respect her like tenacity to keep this bullshit up, and it's, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's go.
And she closes in.
So your choice is as, it's all as. We're gonna buy a nice fucking condo, a nice mansion inside of Dalen.
I'm just checking her. She'll be once she gets away from the ceiling here. She's going to use her fly movement to close in to there.
Bring it. Come within range of lore. Come
Yes,
on.
my pretty.
Okay, Bear, you're up.
Well. Not good.
You flying as well?
Actually, it's 30 feet. How high up is she? She's come down?
She's down.
Okay. So then I charge her and jump her and tackle her.
Sorry, hang on here. She flew over there, and the two worked areas have.
Well, I'm huge anyway. It's a running jump. I'm sure I'll still reach.
Yeah, go for it.
A running jump, and then
Let's say she's 20. She's 20 feet up in the air.
it's a tackle.
Take her from the sky.
So, grapple check. Opposed athletics. Well, actually, no, I think you have to hit first, and then you do opposed athletics. So,
Do a bear flop.
Remind me how that works.
If you're trying to
do an
grab,
attack roll.
So it's a regular attack roll?
Do an attack roll. I think you have to do an attack roll to hit first, then you do opposed athletics checks, and she can do athletics or acrobatics to get out.
I don't think so. You can use an
No,
attack
I
action. You tackle. Must be one size larger within reach. You try to seize the target by making a grapple check instead of attack roll.
Oh, okay. Then opposed
Right.
acrobat or athletics checks.
Yeah, so your athletics against her athletics or acrobatics, her choice, but you have to use athletics.
Really? Inspiration lets me do what?
Roll again. It gives you advantage on a roll of your choice.
Using my
Not
inspiration.
enough.
Still not enough.
No.
But she sees me soaring up at her, trying to grab her.
Yep.
Yes. Is that the end of your turn?
No.
You'd think she'd be happy to be hugged by a bear. Most people are.
Right? What the hell?
Well, that was your movement. That was your action. What's your bonus
Do you have
action, if any?
do you have 2 attacks? Do you have 2 attacks?
No, not if I'm grappling. So,
No. 'Cause if you have multiple attacks using the attack action, you can place another one with the grapple check. So I think you can use 2.
so I can do one attack and then the grapple.
You could do, yeah, that's what you could have done. So what you could do is you can try and grapple. Because you're using the attack action, if you try to grapple and it fails or succeeds, the next one can still be used as an attack, essentially.
Okay, then I'll claw her.
Really good for fighters when they start getting extra attacks, which I should have been using, but I've not. But to grapple them, and then because you get advantage on your attacks, it's really cool.
Ooh, crit.
So sorry,
You
you
get the extra D, the extra 2 Ds.
So +2, because
So I was missing something there while I was checking up something on banishment. So Cave Bear gets 2 attacks.
well, he normally
No, the
gets
thing
two
is-
attacks, yes.
Yeah, because he gets 2 attacks, grapple is taking the attack action.
Oh,
so
yes.
whenever you take the attack action, you get your second attack.
So it's
20 plus 2 plus 13 is 35.
from a claw,
Okay, she's looking pretty hurt.
and then
What's your
confusion.
bonus action? That's all you got left.
No, I know, but the fairies can still cast confusion.
Alright, here we go.
Unless you don't want me to do that. If
Guys, look, I'm just
Just
gonna
go.
grab
Go,
some
go, go,
alcohol.
go, 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 go,
I'll
go.
be back in a bit.
I am. I just did. I'm not the one who got all sarcastic about it. Okay, so I just confusion.
Okay, wisdom saving throw.
Yar.
22.
And another one.
12.
The other ones aren't. Okay, that's it.
Okay. So she's not confused?
She's not confused.
Okay.
She failed, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, she passed. I mean,
Yeah. Okay, is that your turn?
That is.
Okay, Krev, just before your turn, she does her legendary action wing attack. So anybody within 15 feet of her, which I think is everybody but Krev,
That sucks.
needs to do a DC 24 Dex saving throw. Cave Bear? Okay, so you all take 19 bludgeoning, and you're all knocked prone.
No, we're except for those flying, so I'm not prone.
Yes. And Laura, you can do a attack of opportunity if you wish. If you have a reaction left.
Yeah, I do. I'm just looking at my HP. I'm starting to get pretty messed up. I mean, adding all my HP onto my temporary, so it's not taking it off the bar, but I'm looking pretty fucked up right now. But I will take a opportunity. Oh,
Rip.
That's
Oh,
nice.
Oh my god.
So that's 6 times your normal dice roll, please. Or yeah, you got it right there. So
I was going to say, do you want me to save you a lot of dice rolls?
41 damage.
I stick it to her, and I say, "I'm gonna be wearing that hide."
Lore the giant, Lore
Wait, what?
the Dragon Slayer.
Ladies and gentlemen, the dragon just went down.
Wait, what? No, come on! No! Don't! Did you really?
Dude,
Look,
you
I had
crit the dragon and cut its fucking head off.
Yeah, but like, I wanted to like next turn, I wanted to pop my action surge and just use like 11 attacks in a row on her, something like that, and just
You still can.
just cut her up.
You chop off her tail as she goes to flee, and blood sprays all over us, dousing us in the hot spray of her
What I'm
blood.
saying is, like, I'm happy she's dead. I just didn't expect to kill her that hard again.
All right, so tell us how you did it.
Yeah,
Or tell us how you did it as she tried to fly away.
So she like beats her wings, and it knocks me back a bit. But I, because I'm flying, I catch myself and suspend myself in air. And then as like she bats pull her head back, I just, because I'm giant size, right? So I've got extended reach. So I just lunge out with my rapier, stick it into the side of her eyeball, and it pokes out the other side as well. Because this is a giant size rapier, so it goes through in one side, it comes out the other, poking through both eyeballs. And then they yank it out like a skewer.
And she falls from the sky, flops on the sandstone ground as gold coins kind of, lift up in the air again as she lands on them, and then they all kind of crash around her. And you have a dead ancient blue dragon laying on the ground there.
And I was about to do that. I was gonna say the Final Fantasy music plays.
You're so much kinder than me. I would have been like, when she lands, the gold coins start shooting off like shrapnel.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Boom, exploding everywhere.
Well, I haven't rolled for the acid blood that comes out of her yet.
That's me.
Well, there you go. I was hoping for a little bit more guerrilla tactics on you, but once you started playing with her gold, guess what? She's going to move in and attempt to use her legendary action and stuff. But she was, I think the thing that helped you guys the most out of the entire combat, including last session, was the fact that that she had taken quite a bit of damage, and that you hadn't allowed her to take a short rest, because she was certainly going to heal up on a short rest if given the opportunity.
Yep.
Or were we, though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
she would've
I'm more worried
benefited
about
from
her healing.
So I definitely pick up the scepter,
Mm-hmm.
put it in the bag of holding, and then I just start shoveling gold in the bag of holding.
So, do we have 2 bags of holding?
Nope, just the one as far as I know, unless somebody else has one spirited on them.
Before you fill that up, make sure you're doing your detect magic thingies.
Oh, I have. I blink the eyes now, see detect magic. So as I'm scooping through all this,
The bag can hold up to 500 pounds and not exceed a volume of 64 cubic feet.
right?
And
How much?
and it weighs.
These are 5-foot cubes. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Except gold is pretty heavy.
So let's take 400 pounds of gold, because I imagine that I've got 100, probably under 100 pounds of the rest of the stuff. So you can work out for me what that is, please? Sorry, Brett, if I may ask.
Yeah, no problem. Let me open one of your guys' sheets because I think that will be the quickest way to do it. I'll just add some gold to your sheet and see how it changes your weight.
Yeah.
So, Krav, I'm just going to add 10 to you for a second.
Well, we're basically, I think I'm effectively the treasurer at this point, so...
Yeah. 0.2 pounds per 10 gold pieces. So, 5... did I add 10? Just give me a second here. Yeah, 0.2 pounds per 10 gold pieces. So every pound is 50 gold pieces.
So 50 times 400 is 20,000? No, yes.
Sounds about right.
It's
All
50 per 50 gold per pound, right?
Yeah, 50 gold per pound. So the question is, how much weight is already in the bag of holding?
In the bag of holding currently is a crowbar, a hammer, a piton, 10 pitons, a torch, tinderbox, 5 days of rations, a water skin, some silk ropes, some winter clothing, potion of animal friendship, the conch of teleportation, the brazier of drag summoning, alchemist fire, 2 flasks of acid, rod of the Vonendod, an idol of searcher, my scrying focus, the oath bow, and a big iron key that I don't remember where we got it.
I don't remember where you got it either.
I'm just assuming that's because I still need a bit of room in order to put my hand in to grab things to pull it out.
Yep.
I'm just going to go with a flat 20,000 because 20,000 gold is a fucking lot of gold.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fuck ton of gold. And I just, Brett, when we started Fendalian, when we finished Fendalian,
Yep.
the ones of Fendelga, I was reading up the other day, actually, funny enough, about how a lot of groups, after they move on to the next adventure, had they turned that estate that they give you, that the town gives you, into a fortress, and how everyone was like, yeah, we essentially became the lords of Fendalian and turned it into like our own personal town and made like a massive fort and made this mansion, like this big castle and all this kind of other stuff. And I was like, it kind of like hearing all these stories about how these guys used it kind of made me feel a little bit sad. Like we passed up on a massive opportunity. I think because we didn't have the gold or resources or.
Yeah, your plan was to do that, and when Steven's character joined you, unfortunately only for a handful of episodes or sessions, but when the dwarf joined you, it was written in that he was going to start fixing it for you, but because he didn't have enough coins from you, I think he got like 2 bricks late or something like that. But there is a cost involved in that I don't know if you guys would have had that gold, or any party doing Lost Mine would have had that gold at the end of Lost Mine. Now that doesn't mean that people just didn't read the rules or didn't care or hand waved it or whatever. Last you left Fendelver, you guys had a pretty good reputation there. At the same time, unless you guys traveled there in between Lost Mine and Storm Kings, you haven't been back there for a year and a half-ish now.
Yeah, that's true. At the same time, like, to me, it was funny because we kind of just passed up and left it. But reading all these stories about how almost every other group pretty much kind of turned it into something or used it or took advantage of it. And had one group I was reading up about, they were in SKT as well, and they essentially, like I said, they made it into like a fortress. And not just the mansion, like the part of town they got like the whole rest of the town as well, and literally like turned it into their own private town.
Yeah.
Really fucking cool to hear about.
Yeah, well, it doesn't mean it can't be done. Can't be done again at some point.
Yeah, that's true.
Or somewhere else. So, do you want to know what you end up with, ladies and gentlemen? Let me kill the turn order there. Well, after you count it all up, there is 10,000 gold pieces that were swirling around with the air elementals. So that's what you ended up with.
Sorry, run that by me again?
10,000 gold pieces.
Oh, but I've already given myself 20.
Oh, sorry. Only 10.
Okay, so we got 10,000 gold pieces. That's the pile.
That's a start. And let me just scan quickly here.
So there's lots of room in the bag of holding then.
Yeah.
We'll need some for the scales then. But that being said, we're all like have a strength 25 for the next like 18 or 20
Oh, yeah,
hours. We can carry out whatever we can carry.
We really need to do this while we're still giant size, and the bag of holding is giant size, just so we can fit all these things in there. Well, how will we get them out then? That's a good point. I don't know.
It's fine. You and Lore and I and Ryle, we're all basically butchering a dragon for its scales and its teeth and its blood and its heart and its fiddly bits and anything else that would be used in a potion or magical incantation. We're basically stripping this dragon bare. Yeah.
Okay. And while you're doing that, I imagine you are cracking open some sarcophagi as well.
Yes.
Yeah, checking the traps first. Please.
Well, how much did the sarcophagi weigh? Maybe we should just carry them out as is.
They're stone sarcophagi, so they're probably going to weigh quite a bit. Now you are giant size, I recognize that as well.
Yeah, I'm just going to do some investigation checks.
Sure.
Oh, wow, I suck at that. Please, someone else do that.
How about a 22 on the investigation?
Yes, thank you.
You don't see or detect any traps or anything along those
with
lines.
the detect magic eyes going, I open it up and look at all of them. There were 6 of them, you said, right?
Yes. It takes you quite a bit of an effort, even at, well, maybe not giant size. No, at giant size, it doesn't take you quite that effort to open it up.
Rip, 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 rip.
And you see all kinds of gleaming stuff sitting in those sarcophagi.
Ooh, do tell.
Holy mackerel, you guys may end up walking away with quite a bit of stuff here.
Could we just, like, theoretically, can we just take everything? I mean, I know it's a lot, but we're also giant
Why
size.
do you
Can't we
think
just-
I bought the bag of holding?
No. What I'm saying
Wishing
is
we had bought 3 more.
we can just do several trips, make sure we get every single little fucking penny out of this place.
We only had to put 200 pounds. There's still like 400 pounds available left in the bag.
Okay. Look, I wasn't paying attention to your math talk. I'm not like math smart, so I think
Neither
I'd
is
leave.
Krev. This is Scott talking.
Yeah, but Scott's an engineer. Okay, so I trust him.
Okay, so everybody roll a D100, please.
Ooh, how exciting.
Oh, wait, you want one in game. Sorry, hang on.
$81.
Mine.
35. Vorpal, I'll get you to roll again, and actually I'm going to get Dethic also to roll again, and I'll tell you what you could have had, and then you can make a decision.
Keeping in mind we can trade.
Yep. Vorpal, roll one more time, please, because you duplicated another roll.
9. Ooh, 9s are good.
9 times. Never had one lesson. Anybody know the movie?
Groundhog Day.
No, Ferris Bueller's Day Off when he's playing the clarinet. Oh no, never had one lesson was the clarinet. 9 times was Ferris Bueller had been absent 9 times in the school year. A guy I went to high school with reminded me of that line all the time. Okay, Dethic and Vorpal, you would have ended up with a Cloak of Elven Kind and Broom of Flying. I know you already have that, so that's why I asked you to re-roll. So if you'd rather those two, then we have to strike off the last 2 off this list. So you find Gloves of Swimming and Climbing, you find a Staff of the Adder, you find a Trident of Fish Command, and a +1 weapon.
Like a +1 rapier, for example?
And that is in sarcophagus number 1.
One? Oh my gosh!
Yeah, we rich boys.
Okay, we keep going.
Alrighty.
Don't keep us in suspense.
I won't. Now, Seth, Lore, and Witchy. I'm just going left to right on the Roll20. Seth, Lore, and Witchy, roll a D100 again, please. And Krev, I'll have you roll something in a moment.
Thank you.
Isn't that quite similar?
Different table.
Nice.
So Witchy did an 85 and Vorpal a D100, please. And if somebody can copy and paste these into a party note, I'd appreciate it too.
Who's our treasurer?
I'm copying and pasting already.
Good boy.
I
Your
think
job, treasurer.
I think you should charge a rate for being treasurer.
He's allowed to adventure with us.
In sarcophagus number 2, you come across a stone of controlling earth elementals, a staff of withering, and a ring of spell storing.
Oh, Jesus Christ, we're on stealth spread. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm. Adam,
Okay.
tried an official. I don't think I-
All right.
Okay,
Next.
and
I've got these all in the additional features and traits area of my character sheet. So
yeah, and the last one that contains anything in it. So the next couple don't, and the last one that does contain anything in it, Krev, I'm going to have you roll a D100, please.
sorry, have me roll what?
A D100. Just from Krev.
Big money, no whammies.
I don't know how exciting this is or isn't, because I don't really know what this magic item does. But you see an iron flask.
Oh, I remember that. I think has a genie in it.
Something to do with that, or elementals, or something like that. You can use an action to speak the flask command word, targeting a creature that you can see within 60 feet. If the target is native to a plane of existence, blah blah blah. Basically, you can trap something in it. And also, this item rests on a bed of 900 platinum pieces.
Wow.
Okay, adding 900 platinum pieces.
Now, what I just realized is actually, let me see here for a second.
Can we afford our hold yet?
I think we can afford our hold and then some.
Sorry, say that again.
Remember the hold that we were trying to establish for ourselves?
Oh yeah, exactly.
We'll go back and say, "Are you guys done the work yet? Because here's your pay."
The reason I stopped there is because as I was looking at all this stuff, I read further back up, and these sarcophagus actually were buried and had a spell on them that was impervious to magic detection. So I figured, you know what, I think you guys have done pretty well. So
Maybe those dispel magics happen to expose a couple.
Yeah, we'll go with that. That's a good.
I think
Yeah.
all in all, it's a good haul.
I'm also going to write down a tremendous amount of blue dragon parts.
Okay.
Yes.
And then let me
Have to find an exceptional armor with proficiency and then pay a lot of money.
do this. That doesn't give you quite a bit. Let's go higher than that.
So that's what we have. We can work out the details later, like what type of weapon it is.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. How do you want to leave this place and get back to your giant friends?
Well, most
by
of
now-
us are flying.
Not anymore. The fairies are going to be gone.
Oh, you.
Well,
Our light source.
it's very simple, Ben. I still have a spell left. I cast Fly on us.
Okay. I'm going to keep one light source out there because
Think
it'll just help
I
you.
can get us all. No, I can get 3 of us. So,
I can
Ryle.
fly.
Oh, you can fly on your own?
I've only used the cave bear form. I haven't changed it.
Okay. Then I will put my hand on Lore's and Ventus's shoulders, and we can now fly. And that's the last of my spells.
Okay. And which way do you guys?
Before you
Sorry, go ahead.
do that, if I was gonna say, if you want, I can fly as one if you don't want to waste the spells.
I think we're done. So I say we just kind of go back over the way we came in, and then up through the ceiling. You know, like literally up the hole we came in.
Okay.
And we'll find, I'm guessing, the giants there, and we tell them it's done. Imrith is dead. Let's return to the Storm King's court.
Suddenly, that giant attacks Ventus.
Exactly.
Bring it. I have like 12
Surprise!
ready.
Actually, rather than shapeshift into the bird, I just carry me out. Oh Lord, he can carry me this time.
So your plan is to backtrack and
Yeah.
go out the way you came.
Yeah.
So if we follow the
Vorpal all of a sudden cast Disintegrate on the fire giant.
We're done.
as I told you, I retconned all that, so it's no longer connected to that fire
I'm
giant.
just being cheeky.
Yeah, no worries.
Hey guys, would it be easier just to use the conch to get out of here?
Yes, but we need to tell them that we're done.
Do we?
Well, let's go. No, we need to go tell him because maybe we'll get some sort of reward. Also, Laura, you need to say you lost the sword and hide it in bag of holding.
Yes.
It's back there with our treasure that we couldn't find, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's true. You know what we can do though? We could just murder all these giants and say they died in battle.
It was a
And then we'll go
We're
back to
not.
Storm.
Hello, we're not evil. We may not be good, but we're not evil.
I mean, look, you say that, but
Okay.
All right.
By the way, as there is one important thing. Given that when the giant died and when Laura was the one that killed it, Krev did basically sneak up behind him and just give him a giant ass hug for being like the hero.
Sorry, who's that again? Which?
Krev, after Lore delivered the killing blow and basically skewered the dragon through its own head,
Yep.
and the dragon falls dead at his feet, he is basically given a bear hug from behind and lifted in the air by Krev because he's really happy for Lore. So I just wanted to retcon that one moment in, and then we steal all the gold.
Sure, and then you head out of the lair and get back together with the giants.
Yes, we tell it is done. Dragon is dead. We can go back to your leader, and we have a gift for them.
Where's
So
Brown?
I reach
Where's
into I beckon Lore and Ventus and Cave Bear to get close, and I'm on the other side. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Dear and Lore, I beckon him to come over, and I pull out the conch and I get ready to blow it.
Okay, so you arrive out of the hole. You see Harshnag and Vasha there, quite beat up from battle.
Yeah. And it's like
In the
it's
mirror.
time.
You see the body of Braxow and Tartha on the ground, Duchess Tartha, and Harshnag will explain to you that more regional effects occurred while you were battling down below, and they battled them off bravely as possible, but Braxow and Tartha fell in the battle.
Are they dead? Or, dying?
They dead.
Well, Imrith has paid for her hubris with her life, and I also reach into the bag of holding and pull out a dragon head I'm assuming that we took the head, or at least enough of the teeth to prove it.
I'm sure you've got enough of
And
something.
I put it back in the bag of holding. So, proof to them that we're not lying.
Sounds good. Who are you healing there, bro?
Who needs it? I doubt we'll really.
Well, all of us, kind of, but probably just make sure Laura or Ventus are good to go.
One of you. May as well get these off. I mean, it's not like we're likely to be in combat again, but just in case.
And I'll tell you out of game, Tarther and Braxal died because, quite frankly, they had the lowest hit points. Like if Vasha had gotten beat up, Vasha would have been. So it just happens to be that the two leading giants.
Yeah. So.
A 19 and a 12, by the way, for whichever you guys. The most damage 19 and 12.
Probably Laura and Ventus.
Okay. So you blow your conches and head back?
That's the idea. We're done here.
You blow your conches, as well as everybody else, so all the giants that you're with return back to Maelstrom. And there are guards standing posted as you've seen before, and they know immediately what to do. They lead you again through the throne room as they're leading you through the throne room to the one room that you had your last discussion in. Another guard has brought Uthor forward. So that you meet in the throne room, and his reaction is it true?
I reach into the bag of holding, I pull out the scepter, and I give it to Lore to give to Uthor.
And is Seth back? Because he said he's away for 2 seconds.
Oh, shit.
That's okay, that's okay.
Meanwhile, Seth or Laura would be like, you can have this if I can. Otherwise, I'm keeping it.
Crowd face palms.
Did he not hide the giant slayer in the bag of holding?
Yes, I'm sure he did.
Okay, I'm just checking.
It was destroyed in battle. It was horrific.
Yeah. Let's.
They banished it. I'm sorry, Yanti banished it. What are we gonna do?
We will. Let's just keep it rolling. Yeah. Let's
tell you what. Instead of giving it to Laura, I'll give it to Vorpal.
Okay.
To Ventus to hand over.
Okay, and Ventus.
I approach. I take a knee and I say, "It's been completed." And I hand over the proof of our kill.
Mm-hmm. And he takes the scepter from you and turns quickly to the throne where Sarissa is. Touches it to Sarissa, who immediately becomes non-immobile. They had obviously been doing whatever they could to kind of keep her in stasis, but she awakes weakened and hungry, and obviously a little bit discombobulated. And she is quickly filled in as to what happens, and servants bring some food and such for her as she sits not very she sits very drained at the throne, and she looks at you guys, which she's met in the past, obviously, in this very room, and turn to Uthor, and then turns back to you guys, sorry, turns to you guys and Uthor, and says, these were the ones that returned us the scepter. And Uthor, of course, kind of part reluctantly, but he appreciates the job that you've done, and nods his head. And she asks you all to come forward to the to approach the throne.
We do. It's not quite as intimidating this time because we are currently still the right size.
That's true.
But from demeanor, from behavior, it's obvious that we're all chill.
Yep.
Except for Bra, who's paranoid.
Yes. I, if you want, I can stay next to you in case you need a hug.
No, you can just see that he looks at them all suspicious. He's still
Okay,
not
yeah,
really
that's
trusting them.
Belial.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, we come forward.
And she gives you a wry smile, and she first says, "You're all quite bigger than the last time I met you."
Your uncle is a very generous man, a giant.
And she turns to and she says, "Yes, yes, he is." And I will be filled in with all the details shortly, I'm sure. But I know this: he took the place of my father and myself when we were both unable to take the throne. And to see the scepter returned obviously indicates that he made at least some of the right choices, and I've always trusted him to do the right thing, even though him and my father's ideals of your folk are not always in line with myself and my mother's. A prophecy came that that the small folk would join with the giants at some point, and be able to take us out of time of peril and need. Many giants scoffed at it, but my mother believed, and therefore, as did I. I believed that the prophecy would come true, and I believe that you have brought this prophecy true with your actions today, and that you are to be heralded and recognized as not only the great adventurers that you are, but as friends of giants from now and into the future.
Krev bows, kind of awkwardly.
Ventus bows smoothly, with his beard almost brushing the ground.
And she says to you, is there anything that you need after such a journey?
I think about all the gold in the bag, and I'm going, I think we're fine, Majesty.
Does the bag of holding make a lot of noise as you bow over? And
Nope. It never looks different from the outside.
Jingle,
It
jingle,
always
jingle.
weighs the same.
She makes a motion to one of the giant servants, as you will, heads off to a familiar room in the back, comes back with some greater healing potions for including Vasha and Harshnag. Namir, I don't know if Namir needs it, and you guys as well. And she says, "This is the least we can do after the fact that you fought and bled and risked your lives for us."
Thank you.
And then she looks at Harshnag kind of quizzically, and with a bit of a question mark in her voice, it says, "Harshnag," and he bows as well, and he just says, "Uther told me to come, and that I was needed, and so I was glad to fight alongside these people that I have already fought alongside in the past." So you put two and two together that Uther knew that you'd run in. I think you'd mentioned that you'd run into Harshnag at some point, and so Uther wanted to make sure that things were stacked in your favor, and he had contacted Harshnag and said, "Here's the plan. I want you to come up from the rear and take care of the gargoyles and the trebuchets as needed." And at this point, Sarissa says, like, she kind of gets to her wits a little bit, and she says, "But what of my father?"
Well, I mean, he's likely still captive of the Kraken, if the words of the Oracle still hold. I don't know. We returned the scepter to you because we thought that you would need it and the power of the throne, and I gesture to her chair, to find and rescue him. But I'm just a half-orc. I don't know much more than that.
Mm-hmm. And Uther leans over and whispers to Sarissa, and she's obviously a little bit downcast and downfallen, and there's a little bit of a conversation back and forth, and she just kind of nods, and gives Uther kind of leave to fill in the stuff that she's not aware of. And so he reminds her and the rest of the court that her father is still out there somewhere, hopefully alive. That and to answer Krev's question, the scepter provides power to the throne, which has been used to keep the giants in order as much as possible. That whenever a certain giant or giant type would come out of its ordning or attempt to, that they would use it to threaten them, to bring them back. That each giant below would listen to the giant above, and of course storm giants are on top. But that didn't stop small rebellions and stuff, and given everything that's gone on, that just opened the crack wider. So he agrees that Sarissa will continue to be as queen and use the scepter as much as possible to bring the ordering back. And he turns to Sarissa and says, I fear that certain damage is already done. We know that Duke Zuko is continuing to mass a giant weapon, or a dragon slaying weapon, which, if he does put it together, will potentially throw the dragons and giants into all-out war, and we'll be right back at it again. The stone giants in the south continue to do their rampage, and so he doesn't know how much this will be able to right things amongst the giants, although it should be able to bring some of them back into tow. And then he kind of looks forlorn at Sarissa, and he says, I have one more piece of information. And she says, go ahead. It can't be any worse of a day than it is, even with the celebrations and the successes we've had with Imarith. And he says, your sister, not Nim, but Mirren. So Nim was the hot-headed one, and Mirren not so much. Has escaped the maelstrom, and we believe, since there is one guard that we have not seen since her escape, we believe that she had sympathies within the court. And after we had detained her and imprisoned her, waiting trial for you, she had escaped in the last few days. So she is out on the run. And there is he says to Sarissa, there is the matter of your other sister.
Sorry, you cut out of your what?
Your other sister, Nim. So there was the two sisters that had conspired against her and killed the mom and stuff like that. So what will happen there at some point is Sarissa will bring Nim into the court and pass judgment on her, and tell her that for going against the giant court and treachery and such, that she should be imprisoned for the rest of her days. Generally they would exile somebody, but obviously given her treasonous acts and stuff like that. And then she says, but for killing our mother and our queen, and allowing our father and our king to be imprisoned, I cannot do anything less than sentence you to death. And Nim will be taken out and executed at some point.
Wow.
And she passes the same sentence on her missing sister. that when she is found and brought back, that will also be her fate.
Trial and abstention.
Is there any chance that we could perhaps go for leniency? I know that we usually are all like go for the kill and stuff, but there's been a lot of killing today, and so I think Ventus might like sigh and rock back and come with a counterpoint of there's been so much death today, perhaps just imprisonment, my lady.
Meanwhile, Burrell's thinking, can I have her stuff?
Sarissa turns to you and says, you are a kind heart, my friend, but you do not hold court in this court, and I may understand your leniency, but for everything that my sisters have done, I do not believe the message can be any less than execution.
I bow and say, as you wish. I'm going to back up.
And just out of game for a quick moment, is Seth back? Seth, you there? No, he's not back yet. That's too bad. So to close everything with the court, you guys are welcome to speak up and ask any questions or whatever. She will continue and say, there's obviously lots of work to be done. We do not wish to bother these people any more than they already have. You are welcome to our court to rest and rejuvenate, and we will help you heal as quickly and as best as possible. You can stay with us. We will, of course, feed you, and whenever you're ready to leave, we will send you to whatever place in the lands that you need to go to. Please know that when and she's addressing the entire court at this point. Please know that when you do leave, you leave here as friends of the giants, and as long as your actions remain friendly to giants that we consider allies, you will always be considered giant friend.
Thank you, milady, or your majesty. At this point, Krev kind of I guess backs up, stays silent. He's not. Now that everything's over and it's just kind of like he actually kind of wants to go.
Go like
yeah, okay, we can rest up here a bit, but he's keen to get back to like Waterdeep or Silvery Moon or someplace where there isn't giants, someplace where he can get a good drink, and someplace where maybe he and Laura can discuss things going forward.
Okay, what about the rest of you? And any questions for the court or Sarissa while you're here?
So what was the deal with the Leviathan? Just Brett?
In game or out of game?
Out of game. I can't remember.
That shoot, what was that faction called? What was that faction called? Shoot.
Yeah, are we talking like the Zentarum or
No, not the Zentarum.
This was a giant faction?
No, the people that have the Storm King, the people that have Hecaton or whatever.
Well, I know
his
that
name is.
something to do with the Kraken, or
There you go, the Kraken.
that's not a faction. That's
Oh, I meant Kraken, not Leviathan. Sorry.
Well, out of game, there is a Kraken society, which I think you guys would know as
Ah.
players, I believe. That worship the Kraken, and so they, through Imrith and the two sisters, had when King Hecaton was running around trying to look for his wife, they had captured him. And I think in game you guys had found out that somehow connected to that, the Leviathan, the Kraken, that he is somehow imprisoned by them, and that was that whole point of the coin with the goose on it.
Okay.
Yeah. But this venture is quite far. It certainly railroads you in certain areas if or moves you along in certain areas. But there's all kinds of stuff. A lot of it's small plot stuff, but some of it, decently plot sized. As written, yeah, you would have gone off and done that, and then headed off and found Imrith, but or dealt with Imrith. But even as written, I can't see why you would absolutely have to do it that way. And you guys chose not to. You wanted to go after Imrith, and I kind of like that, because I like a living, breathing world where, look, just because this is over, in my mind, does that mean that all the giants across Faerun step down and stop doing what they're doing? As DM, I don't really think so. I think that the world kind of continues to move on and live on, and some of them will kind of potentially come back in line, and some of them will like the freedom and the chance that they got at leadership, and maybe they're going to continue to try that. And it also allows us to potentially add those sessions into later games with these adventurers or other adventurers.
Plus, I mean, we need to take that oath bow back. We did promise.
Yep. There's a few things. So, like, as a general summary, the apparently Duke Zalto is still doing his thing, and there's Stone Giant Thane, Calithica or something like that, down in the south.
In the Great Peak Mountains, no less.
Yep, you were promised to take the oath bow back. You obviously had pissed off some barbarians by desecrating all their graves, or not graves, sacred areas, or most are sacred
We'll
areas.
have to go back and kill all of them.
We can't wipe out the entire Utgard tribe. There's not enough of us.
So there's enough stuff there that given enough time, with me and just kind of considering some stuff and whatever, it could end up being side things that happen, just like there were side things that happened during this adventure. And that was like when I started this. Did I think we're going to be doing this for a year? Absolutely not. And it's been close to a year. We started it just after Canadian Thanksgiving, so middle of October. Hey Seth, welcome back. I'll fill you in a second. We're just kind of talking a little bit out of game summary. And did I think that we would be doing this a year later? No, but at the same time, what was a lot of fun is that you guys didn't seem solely focused on let's just get to the end. And this was a type of adventure where you could explore and go off into different directions. And as I read the Facebook page that I'm on for the DMs about this, like some of the DMs love it and players, and some of the players get frustrated by it, or the DM like, what am I going to do now? I'm into chapter 3 where it's just kind of free form. And the answer has always been, if your players like role playing and exploring, go to town. If they don't, and they're murder hobo and just like dungeon delve, then just get them out of chapter 3 as quickly as possible and move on. And you guys obviously seem to be more of the
I think we loved chapter 3 because we did a lot of stuff in chapter 3.
Yeah. And
There's
that's
still so much story for these guys. Like, you've created enough of a story that there's so much more that they still have left unfinished. You know?
And I absolutely salute the fact that you tied in people's backstories to the events in chapter 3.
Well, I appreciate that. I sometimes worry I didn't tie him in enough, but as you guys did that and role played, and I understood that you enjoyed that. Like, I would call this a 50-50 role play combat group, maybe even a little bit more on the role play side, and that's not a sting. As you guys did that, I realized that's what started to inspire me to try to figure out, as we go forward and continue playing with these characters or other characters, how do we continue to make this a living, breathing world? Because I'm if and where possible, I'm getting the sense that it's like second star on the right kind of thing. Like, head off in that direction and let's see what's out there. So it's been a great run for me. I've really enjoyed it, and I've really enjoyed playing with you guys because you've really enjoyed it, and we didn't have major challenges and issues. Like, we all just you guys, when the spotlight wasn't on any one of you guys, you allowed the spotlight to be on somebody else. Like when Seth was in Silvery Moon and Ventus was in Waterdeep and things like that. And I've read stories of other groups that are, worse, not the greatest stories, where everybody always needs to have the spotlight on them. And so I appreciate you recognizing that, because it was always my challenge to try to balance that as much as possible, and a lot of fun.
I agree. It was a ton of fun. So I think we should take the rest of the time to discuss Seth's character in this alternate. What are we? We're like a creature version party.
Yeah, you can't play human.
Yeah.
So like, I kind of missed a lot of.
Yeah, so let me fill you in, because I do want something to finish off just as we finish this off. The court held. They've executed. The one sister has escaped, and the hot-headed sister was executed for her treason and part in killing the mom and the queen and getting the king captured. She Sarissa says you can use the court for the next few days to heal up and things like that, and that you will leave here as friends of the giants. They still have issues with Duke Xalto, the fire giant, gathering a dragon-slaying weapon, and the stone giant in the south. And then you guys also, the fact that you had some barbarians after you, and you've got the oath bow to return. So there's some things there to be done. And I was waiting for you to come back, Seth, because during the court, Uthor would have leaned over to Sarissa and given her some information, and Sarissa would have talked to you about her understanding of what went on with the Giant Slayer weapon. Uthor obviously is not happy at all, especially given the fact that it was stolen under his watch. And she will repeat the stern, I don't know if it's a warning, command, that you will be allowed to keep it as long as you use it in the light of being friends with the giant. But if you ever use it against somebody that they consider ally, they will be coming for the sword. And Uthor kind of murmurs under his breath, "and your head." At which point, Lore pulls out the Giant Slayer sword and starts attacking. Right?
I mean, that's a strong consideration. After we just, saved their entire race, and you know what? It's fine, whatever. Law will keep himself in check, but he's not giving up the sword,
Okay. And before we talk about the other adventures we had set up and stuff like that, so the plan, Krev sounds like he wants to kind of get out of here as soon as possible, head to Waterdeep or Silvery Moon or something like that. What does the rest of the party think about that?
How much money did we actually get? Just money worth value alone.
So,
Coin.
Not counting the value of the magical items that we have yet to distribute and or sell, we have a raw 2,600 26,000 gold coins, give or take.
What about the platinum?
That includes the platinum, and the platinum that I was already keeping for you guys. So, as a party, just on what's written on Mindsheet, not including anything that wasn't written on, or that was written on Ventus, Lore, or Brile, because I don't know if you guys had actually been tracking much. We have 26,000 gold.
I've been tracking quite a lot. I've got like 7,000 on me.
So make that 33. We have 33,000 gold coins to just rest on for a while. We are wealthy.
I think you guys will. You're now in that league of adventurers that, and you've met some of these adventurers during this one that were retired adventurers, right? They took their money and bought an inn. There's a Zymorman Hall there, dude that you got the Giant Slayer sword from, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, you got a crap load of money.
Yep.
I know what I'd like to do with it personally, but I'd like to hear what everyone else has to say.
Krev has almost Krev just wants to be comfortable. And he's not even sure what he's going to do with the downtime that I'm, as a player, assuming is about to arrive. Yeah, he's... actually, I might make a magical item or two, maybe. But anyway, he just wants to be comfortable, and he wants to be with Lore. So if Lore has a specific plan, Krebs likely to agree to come along.
And just before I hear from Laura
We're losing people. What's happening?
Yeah, I know. Just before I hear from Laura on that, Ventus, what's Ventus's thought with all these
We've
gains
lost
and everything?
him already.
Oh, we have?
It is just you, me, and Seth in chat right now.
Oh, that's too bad.
Oracle just went offline.
I have a bit of an epilogue that I want to throw out there once, hopefully everybody... Witchy will be back in a few minutes.
Witchy's back.
Yeah. I'll send Vip... I don't know if Witchy's back yet. Okay, well...
Oracle was on his phone and lost power or something.
Yeah. Well, Seth, what are your plans with all your gains?
To be completely honest, I want. It doesn't really matter where it is, but I want to buy a place of residence, not necessarily in a major town, but a place where each and every one of us would have our own room, something that can accommodate or at least house an airship somewhere. Like, it doesn't matter if it's beside it or, somewhere we could land and stow that.
I totally forgot about your airship. My first thought was, what do you mean the airship is gone? I totally forgot. Okay, yeah, keep going.
And ideally it would be on the smaller end of but mansion size kind of accommodation, with like a treasure vault and a training room and various other like studies, just a place where all four of us can. It's essentially what I would call like our base operations, even if the group splits up and goes their separate ways.
Our own.
Yeah.
If you guys came to live in my forest, I'm sure we could have it hidden and all that kind of stuff too.
We ain't all tree huggers, okay? So
we can build a big structure in there.
In the Darkwood.
There's all kinds of rundown keeps and stuff like that from days of old that I'm sure you could find somewhere. Obviously, you're going to want to find something that you'll be able to defend. So you probably don't want to build something in the middle of the Evermoors, for example. There is the manor in Phandalin, but that may or may not be perfect in the spot. It looks like we got Vorpal back. There he is.
Yay!
Yeah.
Somehow my router got turned off. I don't know.
Oh, weird. Well, we're just talking about what everybody's going to do with the money, and I do want to throw an epilogue out there with all you guys. So actually, given that you're all back, I'm going to throw the epilogue at you now, and then if we want, like Vorpal and Witchy can talk about what they're going to do with their money too. So the plan is to head to Waterdeep or Silvery Moon or something like that. Like that's what Krev kind of wants to do.
Waterdeep. Ventus votes for Waterdeep.
Okay, and Seth and Witchy or Lauren Brio.
You know, Witchy, he doesn't care.
Yeah. Laura.
We could probably get a pretty nice place in Waterdeep.
This is just where you're heading, like right now. Like Krev sounds like he wants to kind of get out of this place.
I just want to leave the Giants. I'm uncomfortable.
So is Witchy.
Well, Ventus would just suggest Waterdeep because that's his home base. It's where he's always gone back to. He spent a lot of his life there, so that's his home.
Snob inside of lore kind of turns his nose up when people say Waterdeep, but after coming from,
it
from
does
Silvery
have a
Moon,
grand city. I mean,
it does,
got
but
its
you know,
rich section.
Silvery Moon, it's like, you know, it's like going from. I'm trying to think of a city I can compare it to.
It has no Rainbow Bridge.
Well,
I mean, look, there's a lot of stuff.
Moonbridge.
Yeah. Not saying it's bad, but like essentially, Silvery Moon is like a city for elves, whereas Waterdeep is like a city for men, more or less. That's the way I see it. Even though both of them have very diverse races inside of them. Silver Moon.
But you're right. One was basically built by elves, and everyone was allowed in, and one was built by men, and everyone was allowed in.
You could probably convince Ventus if you're like, we're just going to go there because it's closer, and then we'll decide.
Yeah.
So then I would go.
The airship last you saw it was outside of Silver Moon too, but I'm not moving you one way or the other.
Actually, Witchy would then pipe up about the Silver Moon thing that he has some unfinished business there because he still has that. He wants to explore his father and whatever from that area. So
okay. And you've got the teleportation network that, as long as you're still on the good side of the Harpers, there's so whether you go to Waterdeep, you can get to Everlund, and whether you go to Silver Moon, you can get to Everlund and then go to Waterdeep through the teleportation network.
Okay, so we'll go to Silver Moon then, and we'll pick up our airship. And I think we do want to find a place that we can basically make our own keep, not too far out of the way, but yeah.
Okay.
Basically.
Oh! I've got a good idea actually.
Hmm?
I think we have the perfect location already thought out. No, I was actually going to say at the start of our adventure, not our previous adventure, the start of this adventure. Nightstone.
Oh, Nightstone.
Yeah. Look, the foundation is already built for us to do the rest of the work to rebuild it.
and all it needs is a big statue of you in the middle, right?
Look, it all comes through circle, okay? Lord the Dragon Slayer will be a good title and a good...
Oh my god.
Look, it raises morale. Think of the children, okay? They need a hero to look up to.
As long as you're on the back of a large bear.
So, and Ventus, you're good with Silver Moon for now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So you I imagine you hang out with the Giants for a little bit, a number of hours overnight. I don't know.
I say I do, Brett.
What's that?
At the Giant place. You know, not around like Oof, you know, like the Princess or whatever. But you know, every time there's like a just like a what would you say, like some of the other Giants who just hang around.
Mm-hmm.
It'd just be a case of, you know, just like kind of like whipping out the Giants, like not like fully out, but you know, just kind of like sliding it out, like looking like I'm going to slide out the sheath and then just put it back in. You know, just to kind of like, you know, piss them off.
Well, then at that, they will probably hurry your exit from the Maelstrom as much as possible. But as you're doing this, Lore, and over the time that you're there and such, and you're walking around the areas that you're allowed to walk around in Maelstrom, you're going up a set of stairs or whatever, something like that. And you actually kind of catch your foot and you start to kind of trip and fall. But you're a dexterous guy. You catch yourself.
It doesn't sound like me.
Yeah, no, and that's the problem. It doesn't sound like Lore, but when you go to kind of catch yourself, you just kind of think to yourself that doesn't happen that often. It's not like you haven't tripped before, but you usually are a lot more graceful about it, and you just kind of figure it's just, you know, something in the back of your head, and then you move on. You guys teleport at some point to Silvery Moon. Check in on your airship. It's still sitting there with your buddy whose name I can't remember right now, and he's still as a get-go guy as anything. And you, as you head towards Silvery Moon, you notice that there are incredibly long lineups heading into Silvery Moon, like you're used to, groups of people heading in and out of the city, and it can be pretty busy. Merchants going, but this looks like it's really slowed down. That it's taking a lot longer to get into Silvery Moon than in the past.
Do they look like refugees or anything, or does it look just like it's slowed down getting in?
It's not necessarily refugees. It's just your typical traffic that's slowed down getting in. And as you make your way to the front, you notice that there seems to be a lot of checking going on, kind of like a security check, except for there's some mages and clerics standing there. So it's not people like patting them down. And then a person, like you'll notice that they detect something on some person, and they pull this person off to the side and send them in a different direction with one of the cleric's acolytes. And the family that person is with is very distraught and crying out, like there's a separation going on here, but it doesn't look like a military separation. As all of this is going on, Laura, you start to realize that you aren't necessarily feeling the best. Whether it's the travel, whether it's the letdown from the adventure or something like that, you're just not feeling your tip-top shape. And Bryle, you're not feeling as bad as Laura, but you're starting to feel like if Laura caught something, you're starting to catch it now. And Laura wouldn't necessarily... Sorry, go ahead.
I could cast a lesser restore on each of us if he tells me he's feeling that way. I could try it on myself first, though.
Sure. And you...
I would say, Lord, he wouldn't say anything. He's kind of guy, to himself kind of thing. Like, just, wait for it to blow over.
Okay.
Should I roll a perception check to see if I notice if Lore is starting to act a little odd?
You would have to pretty much crit it, but go ahead.
Nope.
No. But Bryle, yeah, you are kind of feeling just a little bit under the weather, so if you want to try a lesser restoration just to kind of, get over this cold or whatever you've got, did you want to give that a shot?
Yeah, I'll cast lesser restoration on myself. Just thinking, maybe, I don't know, maybe something from the combat or maybe from the 1T or whatever. So I'll do that just to see if it's something I can easily get over.
Well, you're standing in line. You're noticing all this going on. You're getting close to the gates of the city. You notice, people being separated every now and then. You're not feeling very well. You kind of serendipitously cast this on yourself, and you don't feel any change. And
can you roll something for me? I'm not at my computer, but can you roll an Arcanum check for me? Arcana.
Yeah, I just gotta get your sheet up. An 11. What are you checking for?
Just to see if I can sense that this might be some sort of like outside influence. I'm being suspicious lately.
Out of curiosity, Rev is standing in line with these guys, right?
Yep.
When I see them starting to pull people off to the side, I blink and turn on the magic detect eyesight. Are the people walking away giving off an enchantment?
No.
Okay.
Here's another question. Is it only elves and elvenkind that they're pulling off?
No, it doesn't seem to be happening. Like, it's not like 50% type of thing. It's not a little, it's not a lot, but it doesn't seem to be the one thing. It doesn't seem to be based on race. The one thing you do notice is that it tends to be a lot of poor people or regular commoners and stuff like that. They don't tend to be the people that are being pulled off. These are merchants, wealthy-ish people, like not super rich, but you notice that it tends to be that stripe and not so much just your regular commoner or farmer coming in from the fields or something like that.
I'll share my perception.
What's that?
I'll share that perception with the group.
Okay, you're a little muffled there. Probably hand over the mic or something like that.
I
So
was laying on it.
okay, so Krev, you don't notice any enchantments. Your lesser restoration doesn't seem to do anything for you, Bryle. And yeah, Laura, you're not. You're just starting to feel like something isn't right. And Laura wouldn't necessarily know this, Seth. But what I want you to do is take 1 hit point off of Laura's max hit point off of his sheet.
And at this point, the giant potion's worn off, right?
Yeah. Let's say it
Put
has.
myself back to my regular hit point.
Yeah.
Say
But
off my
his
hit point maximum
hit point went down.
Yes.
by 1.
By 1.
Ooh.
And as you're all standing in line waiting to get through, you get up to the front, and they do whatever checks they're doing on you. They're looks like a physical check, like almost like a doctor would give you type of thing. Maybe a couple of non-invasive spells were cast, and there's a nod given to the guards there, and the guards give a nod, and you are led into Silvery Moon. And if you wish, that's where we'll end the game part of this session.
Sorry, we are led into Silvery Moon? As
Well,
in
let into.
Oh, let into.
Yeah, you passed.
Huh.
But if there's any questions you want to ask or
Absolutely.
anything in session, go for it.
So Brow's going to be like, can I ask what you're looking for? This is a little unusual. We've been here several times and never had this sort of, I don't know, this sort of
Treatment.
experience.
As you start to ask this, one of the guards comes up to you and gruffly says, "We have a lot of work to be done here. Move along." And one of the clerics kind of, looks a little bit war-torn, or not war, but worn down, like has been working long hours, and says, if you have any questions, I suggest you head to the temple, and then turns back to his work.
Let's go ask some questions.
So you head to the temple. And
Which one?
It looks like actually you could head to a couple of the temples that are in Silvery Moon. It doesn't look like any one particular temple is dealing with this. And in fact, it almost looks like, depending on the numbers of what's going on, it's not a full scale thing going on, but there's enough happening here that they've got more than just one temple active with sending people. And as you head towards the center of town where some of the temples might be, you certainly notice that families are following certain members of their family. There's a lot of sadness and crying, some denial in terms of this isn't right, and check again type of thing.
I'm going to be looking for these people and ask them. I want more details. Like, is everything okay? What's happening?
And the people that you can catch, like they're continuing to go with their loved ones that are being led towards whatever temple. So they're not going to spend too much time with you. They're going to keep on the move. But they say like they're referring to their loved one. They think she has they think that she is diseased. They think that she is sick.
Our stomach sinks.
Do you guys continue to head to the temple?
Sure.
Can I try to heal her with my little token?
Sure. The diseased one, the person that's
Yeah.
apparently diseased.
I would like to try.
And you certainly notice that these people are kind of like they look a little bit more gaunt. They look white, in different shades. But if you were to look at them, you would determine that yeah, they kind of look a little sickly. So you try to heal one, and the acolyte that's with them just kind of gives you this look like you're just wasting your time. And you do your healing, and nothing happens. And the sickly person with them turns to you and says that it is no avail.
I nod.
And as you head off to the temple, it's pretty easy to find any one of them that's active with this, because obviously there's a handful of people heading that way that you see the same type of thing happening over and over again. And you get the attention of one of the acolytes at the front of the temple, allowing people in and stuff like that. And what would you like to ask them?
Can you tell us what's happening here? Why are they letting people into the city if there's some sort of sickness here?
We only just got here. We don't know what's going on.
And he says, in the last number of days, people have started to take ill and get sick, both inside the city and people traveling inside the city. And the guards of the city, the powers of the city have decided that the guards and the clerics will monitor everybody heading into the city, and anybody that appears to be in the throes of this disease to be led to the temple, because no amount of healing or time seems to be helping them. It would almost seem like they are slowly dying.
So who are they turning away at the gates?
They're not turning anyone away. They are just determining whether or not they seem to have this disease or illness, and then they are sending them to the temple. They're not allowing them to be part of the general population roaming around the city. And you get the sense, as you kind of see more people kind of come through by the temple and stuff like that, that the main concern or issue of the family members seem to be more of the fact that they have been quote unquote diagnosed with this than being, it's not a segregation thing. It is, they're dealing with it like it's potentially a death knell, that, somebody just got diagnosed with cancer type of thing.
I look at the other guys, I'm thinking to myself, and maybe telepathically we'll talk to them, but say that why would they let people into the city if there's a plague here? I still don't understand what's happening.
And he will answer that it has been determined that it doesn't seem to be passable from one person to another. That was the initial concern, and they quarantined people that this started to happen to. We originally thought it was just an illness with some people, and then the illness wasn't going away. And as you look into the temple, you can see all types of people in there, but again, mainly, you notice again that the vast majority of the people in there are people that seem to have some sort of means to them: adventurers, merchants, wealthy leaders of town and things like that. Very few commoners, very few like hired hands type of thing. Although there's a handful in there. We originally thought that as it started, it was just any other sickness that a few people were getting, and then those people weren't getting better, and then it happened to a few others, and then they weren't getting better, and then we initially thought it was some sort of disease and plague, and the leaders of Silvery Moon decided on a quarantine, but it didn't. Even people within outside the quarantine were being affected, but people inside the quarantine, not all of them were being affected, like the clerics and people tending to them. And so when it started to become obvious that that it was not something that was passable, then it became more of trying to understand what was going on and gathering those people that were under the influence of it and bringing them to temple. There are wised and learned men and women trying to research and understand what is going on. But none have been able to reverse it. And he mentions one wealthy merchant that died yesterday, one of the first to die from this disease, this wasting disease. And as bereaved as the family was, they were prepared and had the money ready for the merchant to be raised, because they had enough money for the clerics to perform the ritual. And the clerics performed the ritual, and the merchant was not raised.
Brow looks alarmed.
So, are there any? I'll ask him if there are any similarities between the victims. Like, is there any like identifying similarity, anything that connects them, and like anything like that? Like, doesn't matter if it's like race or age or sex or anything like that. Just something to kind of.
From what I've heard from our mages and learned members that are researching this, race doesn't seem to be a connection. Background or anything like that doesn't seem to be a connection. Geography doesn't seem to be a connection. In fact, we are hearing word that similar things are happening around the lands, especially in the larger cities. He says the one thing that they seem to draw a commonality on is that it is afflicting people mainly is afflicting people of means, and they are starting to look into that as to why it would be only afflicting, or for the most part afflicting them, as opposed to evenly across the board.
Magic.
Some sort of
Oh, you said-
curse, maybe.
No, it.
You said
People
people
like
of
us, people of means, people of wealth, the one thing that we all have access to, that commoners, that the general merchants, that the smiths and everybody else, the one thing we have absolute access to that they don't, is easy access to magic. Not necessarily the ability to cast, but the use of magic items.
And he turns and he says, I am very busy. I'm sorry. I would like to answer your questions, but I can tell you that I have very few answers, and even the people researching this do. I know, now know everything that I know. I do know that there are people researching this and looking into it. And if you can find time with them, you may be able to get more answers from them. But until now, we are stretched at our thinnest, trying to save these people, if indeed they are all destined to die.
Not to interrupt, but
Mhm.
the Simpsons he mentioned, like, do they kind of like match some of the things I'm feeling? I won't say anything, but I'll just kind of ask about some of the way people who are afflicted with this, how they're feeling, and if that kind of lines up with how I'm feeling.
Yeah, it's a you're making some connections, yes, because it seems to start like any other illness, not feeling well, achy, fever, and then it just, like with an illness that either gets better or doesn't in the lands of Faerun, or in our world, like a flu, where you feel crappy for 4 or 5 days and then kind of come out of it. They don't get better. They just continually get worse and just continually feel sick, and then more pale and gaunt and less strong and less healthy, and just continue. It would be like the flu. If you had the flu for like a year, like you would just be, you don't recover because you never had the chance to recuperate.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not in. I don't believe it's in this edition of D&D. I know in previous editions, like elves were pretty much like immune to like kind of like diseases and poisons and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Magical mono.
So like
Yeah.
for one of them to get like sick, it kind of means like it's like it's not like I'd say it'd be almost impossible. Yeah. It'd be almost impossible for like an elf to catch a cold sort of thing. So if an elf suddenly gets those kind of feelings, it's like, well, something weird's going on here.
Yeah. Bryle, we're going to go back to your Arcana check. And when you did your Arcana check there, and just try to see if there's any type of connection there, you would get this feeling, and this is a feeling and a connection you've had before, and all you would hear was, "I told you they were dying, and he is dying with them, and you are connected to them. I told you they're all going to die."
Brow looks a little more blanched than usual, remembering that he does have a really deathly pallor. I think we've got everything we need. Thank you so much. And he kind of gestures to the others to follow him.
To which I basically, as I follow Barial, it's like, okay, what's up?
First off, I think we should go to the Enclave. I want to see if...
You cut out.
Oh, sorry. Where did I cut out?
You said you wanted to see something.
You want to go to the Enclave. I want to see silence.
I just want to see if they have any insight through those channels, and then I guess I have something else I should tell you guys. And he kind of pauses, but not here.
Okay.
And so he just continues to like get them to follow.
I stride up beside Barial. We'll make it right, whatever it is. Hell,
So-
we just took on a bloody dragon. We can figure this out. I'm trying to sound more brave than I actually am.
I try to get these guys like out of earshot of people because I don't want to try doing this telepathically with everybody individually. But I basically once we get to like a park or whatever, and I tell them I kind of knew this was coming, but I didn't understand really what it meant.
You knew this was coming.
What does that mean? Yeah.
He looks at Lore and then over to Krev, and he says, "Do you remember when I had the experience with the deity or the..."
When you brought Lore back, yes.
Yeah, but
I remember.
But it was more than that. There was like an epiphany. There was this connection that I had with the celestial being, and it changed me. And I mean, obviously, you guys have seen.
You can talk in my mind. Druids don't normally do that. I've never read any story about druids doing that.
And exactly, but I mean, it was more than that. I had this sort of connection with this, like yourself, like how you have this connection with Oberon. I had something maybe similar, right? And not the same, not in the kind of bondage or whatever you would like. I mean, I don't understand your relationship, but you know what I mean, right?
Yes.
But instead, it was this sort of just lasting connection. And I haven't really taken the time to explain this to you guys, and I haven't really had time, I think, considering everything that's happening, to understand it truly. But I have these insights, maybe these dialogues, if you will, with this being, with this presence, this whatever she is. Since it's not just that one time with Lore, but since then I've had this ongoing internal dialogue, I guess. And that's obviously how I've been developing these unusual and whatever abilities that
powers. You can call them powers.
Yeah, they're different though. You know what I mean? They're not like your typical magic. But anyway, so a week ago or so, I had this sort of brush with her, and she said that he was dying. And he pauses, and he looks like he's trying to think of how to explain this.
Who?
And he looks perplexed. It's like, I don't know, but it's not just that. It was this. There's this dread that came with it.
No.
It seems so.
Who's dying?
No, I know you have to give me a moment because I don't know, and it wasn't just one person. It was like something bigger, and then just back at the temple, I had like an echo maybe of that feeling and that dialogue, and again it was like they're dying, all of them are dying. I told you this was coming. Like maybe it's my own inner dialogue, or maybe she's really truly trying to speak to me, but I felt like it wasn't just. I felt like she was dying. I felt like maybe I'm dying.
So
there's some sort of tapestry that connects us, and something that connects us with this being or deity, or I don't know, that I don't know. All right. I mean, maybe it's just me. Maybe it's because I connected to her, and maybe some sickness or some, I don't know, curse or whatever is like affecting these celestials.
Are you not feeling well?
I haven't been for the last day or so, but I mean, it didn't seem serious until now that I'm, and that's why I asked, like, if they knew what was happening. I don't want to make you guys sick. If it's something that could be passed, and if they're confident it's not, maybe that's fine. And you guys all seem fine. So
the look on Grev's face is just crestfallen.
Yeah, and Burrell's really struggling for words.
At which point, the big friendly half-orc just kind of smothers you in a hug.
Burrell's stiff as usual.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
No, understood.
Krebs is a little emotional right now. And then we lost Witchy. He really didn't like being hugged.
Yeah, exactly.
As I got connected there.
He's like, "Don't hug me."
Yeah.
But
go ahead.
I don't know. Does any of this make sense? I mean, maybe it's all in my head. Maybe I'm just projecting a flu into this whole thing. But I'm telling you, I have this feeling.
Ryle, the abilities that you've manifested over the last few weeks are not an illusion. Those are real. So whatever this creature is, whatever this entity is, it's probably also not an illusion.
And out of character, I'm not metagaming this, but he's thinking back to that experience and when he first ran into that entity, and he keeps looking at Lore.
Actually, do I notice that he's continually looking at Lore through this?
You asking me or Lore?
I am asking you as DM. Should I roll a perception check, is Brile just frequently enough looking back at Lore throughout this discussion that I
Even when
pick
he's
up on
talking, no, you'll notice because even if he's talking to you, his eyes keep trailing to Lore, and
I was going to say the
So-
same because it doesn't look like he's trying to hide this.
So I kind of look at I look at Lore, I look at Witchy, and it's like, what? You're linked in some way as well, aren't you?
you know we
My
are.
finger is popping back and forth between the two of them.
He's like nodding sort of slowly, but he's like, you know we are. I just hope that it doesn't. I don't know, that it doesn't
Krev
mean something.
starts looking a little more panicked as he looks over at Lore, and how are you feeling?
I look around like briefly for a minute, like trying to think how to answer that, and I'm like, I just kind of shrug, and I'm feeling fine. I don't feel ill. Sick. You know ourselves. We're for as frail as we are, we're a quite healthy bunch. We don't really get ill.
Then just puts the back of his hand against his head and then checks out Ryle and says, "You look a bit pale and you feel a bit clammish."
Insight check on. I think you're gonna have to roll a deception
Yeah.
on that one.
Yeah, deception check, Seth, Lore. So Krev, you know that he's lying. You know that something's up. That he's not telling
Yeah.
you the truth.
I look straight at you. It's like, please. This is me. This is us. As I gesture around. Cut the bullshit. When did you start feeling this?
I think at this point, like, this might be quite unusual for Law, but he gets a little bit upset and maybe a little bit defensive. And you can tell in the tone of his voice, like he's almost like adamant that his words are what he say. So when you ask him that, he's just like, "Look, I'm fine. I'm fine. Leave it." And kind of takes like a few steps, kind of away, as like not walking away, but like he just like. I mean, which probably makes it even more obvious to you, but he clearly doesn't want to deal with it.
What you don't see is basically the look of almost. You could have just gotten a better reaction out of sucker punching Krev, rather than pulling away from him at that point. So Krev is just. He's now not looking in a good shape. The look on his face is just nearly heartbroken.
I try to break this tension and interrupt them.
Yeah, I give like this knowing look to Virile as well right before he does it.
Guys, like I said, we have resources, we have connections.
Sorry.
Let's go and find some of my enclave people. You guys have your connections too. I don't know.
I have an alchemy lab. We can fix this.
I could be overreacting. Maybe this isn't related, but just based on this experience, I don't think it is. And if you can't resurrect these people, there's no alchemy that's going to help us with this. We need to find more about the root of this whatever it is.
Look, bro, like I don't know about you, but like I feel good, man. I feel fine. I'm healthy. Like I think maybe everyone's overreacting a bit here. Like I don't think this has anything to do with us. I think we should just let it pass out. I'm sure it will go through its paces and we'll be fine.
Does his nose fall off then?
Not yet.
I was gonna say, does like blood just fall from his nose? Like,
No, because I haven't hit it yet.
no, come on.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. Krev's reactions is to be honest, he's actually starting to just laugh. It's roughly inappropriate for this time, but he's stressing the fuck out, and so he's beginning to chuckle. And it's like, great, you're sick, and you're sick, and we have no idea what's going on, and we just saved the fucking world only to have two of my closest.
No, I'm not having this dialogue.
He's getting up more. He's actually talking to himself more now, and he's looking for something to hit. Are we in a clearing or in a park, or is there a tree nearby? Is there a tree nearby?
Yep.
So hang on a second.
If you try to march away, I'm going to grab you by the elbow,
I do start to move away because I'm just looking for something. As Krev's fists are balled, and as he steps away, you
grab you by the elbow and sternly, sharply say, "Krev."
I just look at you, murder in the eyes, and then it all just fades as quickly as it started. And
we are in the absolute best place, probably in the whole land, that if some mystical, cursish, stupid plague is infecting us or others, there's no better place to be. We're here for a reason, and we're fine. We just need to stick together. We need to keep our wits about us. We need to not panic and explore our options. Come on, we are dragon slayers. We can slay this.
Krev smiles, and he kind of just... I know you're quite a bit shorter, but he kind of... He puts his hand on your shoulder and just kind of leans forward, and then it's like, yep, you're right.
And of course, I keep looking back to Lore.
This whole time, like, Laura is just being incredibly like he was with Krev. Like, he's incredibly defensive about it. Like, he doesn't want to admit there's something wrong with him, or that he's cursed or sick or gonna die. Like, to him, he's just like, look, I'm fine. Just that's his kind of way of dealing with it. Just bearing it.
Yep.
Well, and sorry, Ventus, Misty Step. What were you doing there?
Oh, I was just helping. I missed Step in front of him to block his path as he stalks away.
Oh no, I haven't stalked away, but I
would have. Then.
Yes. So yeah, Brile stopped me. I had gotten a hold of myself, and I start thinking about how it might be possible to get Oberon's attention, just to see if there'd be a way to find out what the fuck is going on.
I usually know where to research stuff. Do I know anything about this particular disease? Have I heard of it before? Can I do a check to see?
Sure. The answer may surprise you, but go ahead and do the check first. And use either history or arcana, whichever is your better check.
They're the same.
I want a history check too, actually.
Sure.
I'm going to start thinking into time.
Can we give him advantage on that, please?
Advantage
I will give
that feat of the sorcerer.
Yes. Yes, I'll give you advantage on that.
I forget. Researcher.
Yeah. And you want me to roll for you, Brile?
Yes, please.
Looks like arcana. Well, actually, they're both the same.
No, I'd want a history. I think I'm thinking maybe something, far back or whatever.
Okay. Well, your arcana or history, your roll is the same anyways. So you would have gotten the same 18 plus 6. Ventus and Brile, you are pretty darn certain that you have never heard about something like this before, and if you have, it's been lost to you didn't. It's either been lost to memory, or you there wasn't a lot of information on it.
Do I know who in Silvery Moon would be heading the research effort to discover what this is?
You could probably find out. So
I would like to.
did you want to go in that direction and find out? Did you want to go to the Emerald Enclave that Braille was talking about? What's the next steps here?
Well, he's probably at the Emerald Enclave. I just want to ask questions as we go towards there and see if I know who it is, if I've met them before, etc.
You don't recognize a name particularly, but they. So let's say you get to the Emerald Enclave and they back up the fact that the Alkalite was telling you that that there are members in this city trying to research this and understand it, and so it wouldn't be hard to find them even if you don't know their names per se.
Okay.
And then Bryle, so while you're at the Emerald Enclave, I guess you're doing a lot of asking and such, Bryle?
Yeah, I want to see. I mean, if this is something serious, the Enclave folk, I'm sure, would be putting effort into this, and I want to find out what they've come up with so far.
Yeah, and just give me 2 seconds on.
And I have some standing with them, so.
Yeah. Oh yeah, certainly based on your standing with them, they recognize your stature and your position. The Emerald Enclave
quite honest, your power.
Yeah, there's a group of wild survivalists who preserve the natural order by rooting out unnatural threats. They struggle to keep civilization in the wilderness from destroying each other, and they help others survive the natural perils of the savage frontier.
This is an unnatural threat for sure.
Yeah. So they recognize your position, and they pull you and the party off to a side room. Obviously, they want to have a private conversation, and they say the general public is not aware of this, but based on the research that is being done and the communications we've had with the other larger cities and even some of the not so large, like Luskin and Neverwinter and Waterdeep, obviously are two big ones, although Neverwinter got beat up there a number of years ago, that this is far-reaching. It seems to affect almost every place or every person in the land, or every place in the land. And what is not publicly known is that as people die, they cannot be resurrected. And
so I want to speak to an elder.
Okay, and what do you want to ask this elder? And sorry, personally, I've got to finish up in a few minutes, but
So you cut out there. What was that?
I said personally, I got to finish up in a few minutes, but
okay.
I'm obviously working towards a cliffhanger here, so that works fine too.
So I'm going to ask an elder: is it possible that the gods are dying?
And he says at this point everything is possible, but there seems to be so much unknown. What we do seem to know is it seemed like the more wealthy were being afflicted by this. Some were dying within days. Some seem to be they won't be dying that quickly. But we do know something, that is that we're not able to help them, and if we don't help them, everything points to the fact that they will die, and the attempts to resurrect them have failed. And what the public is not aware of is, as we research this deeper and deeper, everyone who has died, and we're starting to get information that everyone who has been afflicted has at some point in the past used some sort of magics or extensions to the powers beyond to be resurrected.
So like been healed by clerics or been magic users or...
No, specifically have been rezzed.
He says not just healed, but brought back. It is starting to look like everyone who has been brought back and returned is now starting to die.
This sounds like a curse, I say as I look towards all the magic users around me.
Big sigh.
Or the gods have decided they don't want people coming. Oh. At this point, Krev kind of just... If there wasn't a chair, he just kind of flops down on the floor on his butt and puts his face in one of his hands, and it's like... he's just grumbling to himself.
After Baral's done with this enclave stuff, he's gonna like leave with the boys, whatever. But then he's gonna tell them he needs to go, and he'll be back in a few days. But he needs to do something on his own.
Mm-hmm. How's the rest of the party feel about that?
Well, to be honest, Krev needs to do the same thing. I have to I'll do a bit of research, I guess, in Silvermoon to see if there's a place nearby where the boundary between the Feywild and here is weaker. And I'm going to do whatever I can to get Oberon's attention.
You probably need to go to the same place I do.
Well, before we go,
I want to talk to someone very different.
No, I know.
And what's that, Ventus?
Oh, we should have a feast and celebrate, and then divvy up all of our hard-earned reward.
Let's not divvy it up until we see how we're all impacted. There might be more. There might be less people to divvy it up between. So let's just get it somewhere safe, and then kind of.
Well, it is safe. It's on me.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Well, as you part ways at some point in the future, in the next few days or immediately or whatever. And whether you have a feast before that happens, and whatever you do with your money, night comes. You're still reeling with all this. You hit the hay at some point, obviously. Ventus, you will in your sleep you will see a vision that you are unfortunately now have been used to seeing, of fire and dragons dying. And you don't appear in the vision, but you are the fire. That's your feeling of this vision, that this fire that's killing the dragons, you are the fire. What's that?
Which dragons?
All dragons.
All dragons. Oh, I don't like that.
And
I wake up like sweating and short of breath.
Bahamut comes to you during this vision and says again, I had hoped to keep the secret from them as long as possible, and I had hoped to keep it longer. But they know who you are, and they are coming for you. During one of your next rests, Krev, Oberon will reach out to you and very fleetingly and says, I know you are searching for me, and I am searching for you have completed the tasks that I've set out for you, and when you are ready, I call you home. Seth and Baral, you have a bit of a fitful night. No other visions or anything like that. You awake not feeling any better than you did the day before. Not terribly worse, but certainly not better. And Lore, I'm sorry to keep poking at Lore, but Lore, you'll need to take one more max hit die off your sheet.
Hit point, not
hit point.
die.
Hit point. Sorry, excuse me. Hit point. Yes. And Brile, you'll need to take one off of your sheet.
No. I refuse.
and that, as much as fun as I'm having with this role play and this epilogue and everything like that, and I wish it could go on longer.
This is a whole nother crisis.
Yeah, exactly. Out of game, if you haven't already guessed, this is how we are starting to tie in the events of Tomb of Annihilation, if and whenever we decide to get there.
Cool.
Okay.
Sweet.
I am the flame. I am the fire. I am Ventus.
Ladies and gentlemen, I keep saying ladies and gentlemen because that's the usual, but gentlemen, all of us gentlemen, that is the end of Storm King's Thunder, kind of. Like, there's all kinds of stuff in Storm King's Thunder that will come up in the future, hopefully. But in terms of the start of the book to the end of the book,
still rumbling in the
background. Yeah, exactly. I know. I've noticed that a couple times. We have finished. In a weird way, it's not done, but at the same time, I guess we are done. Storm King's Thunder.
How to put it? There is no beginning, there is no end, but this is an end.
Exactly.
Huzzah! We did
So, well done. Applause to all of you for sticking out for almost a year and accomplishing what we accomplished. And I hope you all had fun. And Lord knows where we go from here. Well, I kind of have some ideas.
Have no idea how happy I was to basically find a role-playing group like this.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next time I see you, I will give you a giant hug for that, which may be sometime next week when Terrence gets here.
Cool.
Yes, and as always, my appreciation to you guys. This is a great group. I read a lot about other groups and both the great stuff and also the trials and tribulations that they have. And I wouldn't trade this group for any group that I read of because, we enjoy, we get along, we find a nice balance between everything. It's fantastic. So my appreciation out to you guys.
I just hate
Plus,
you.
we know roughly where you
so.
So, I mean.
So, sorry, what's that, Ventus?
We know roughly where you live, too, so I'm just saying. You better not trade us on that.
Yeah, and Witchy, what were you saying?
I just hate you all equally.
Yeah, whatever.
So don't mistake that for like adoration or love.
Yeah. And Laura, especially for today, appreciate you, or Seth, appreciate you sticking it out. You've had a long week.
Yeah, and thank you for staying up extra late so we can do this.
It's okay. It's only 9 o'clock. I'm probably gonna be up for a while longer.
Yeah, true enough.
But I would, like I said, anytime I tried desperately to try and get this week off, but when it was because two people left, and then two people were on holiday, and so everyone else was like, look, we all need to kind of just buckle down and work extra hours and get through this for now. And so I was really disappointed that because I really wanted to see the end of Storm King's Thunder, and I love playing you guys every single week. So even if we don't even have to play D&D, we could be doing anything. I still think we'd have a good time doing it. But I really wanted to make sweet. So when one of the girls come back from holiday and she was like, oh, I don't want to have 2 days off just as I come back from holiday. So I was like, great, do you want to switch with me? And she's like, yeah. I was like, fucking yes. Thank you, God. I was so happy. And then literally last one, I had that message on Discord 5 minutes after she said that to me. So yeah. So I'm happy I could have been here to finish it off with you guys, because I can't believe it's almost been like Brett said earlier, over a year now that we're playing together. I mean, since me and Brett and Burrell started playing specifically, but I'm so glad that not Burrell, but Vorpal. But to have Scott and obviously Burrell here with us as well, it's just we had a good group at the start, but I think now we have a group that just works. Everyone kind of has their role, and we don't really. No one tries to take the limelight too much. I mean, I know sometimes I try to be the protagonist, but let's just
We're all the protagonists, but the key thing is that we all sometimes just bite our tongues and let the other guy have the fun for the moment.
What I say is I like just that this group just gels well together more than any other group I've ever been with before. And so it's like Brett said, I wouldn't trade it for any other group either, because you always hear about a lot of people who are like, hey, I've been playing with these guys for like 5 years, and we've had all these amazing role play encounters, and we've played this and this, and part of me is just like, look, I hope our group keeps going, and that we have all those, like, in 5 years and maybe even 10 years we're still playing together, and we can look back and be like, yeah, we're one of those groups.
Yeah.
Well, we got Temple of Annihilation or Tomb of Annihilation releases in 2 weeks' time? It's published.
It's already.
I really kind of want to play that and not do Curses Strahd. I'm just saying, like, I don't mind if we wanted me to DM for a little bit, but I really want to play the new stuff.
Well, here's
then let's. I mean, we can do a couple of like a one-off or two while Brett has time to chow down on the material. But we also have a couple. I won't be available probably next week. The week after is real iffy. It depends on when Terrence flies.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure. I might be actually out of it for 2 weeks. But so we have a little bit of time, and I mean, you guys will have to deal without my my rather passive lizard folk ranger for the next couple of weeks for this stuff. But I think we can go straight into Temple. I just don't know if we're going to do it. The main question is, are we going to do it with these characters, or are we going to have these characters be NPCs that we bump into with new tunes for Tomb of Annihilation?
Mm-hmm. Well,
we could always kind of do both, right? Like, some people can keep characters if they want. Some people can start new characters. I guess it all depends on what Brett wants to do as well.
Well, it's up to you guys, depending on the characters you use and stuff like that. As I was doling out those magic items at the end in Imrith Lair and realizing that, this actually, these sarcophagi were actually pretty well hidden and stuff like that. I'm thinking, man, these guys are going to take these along to Tomb of Annihilation. It really is up to you guys whether you want to use the same characters, use some of the same characters, some new characters. Like, maybe, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but maybe Lore and Brile decide, like, man, I'm not feeling that great. You've already,
or maybe they die by then.
Out of game, you've already lost 2 max hit points in 2 days, and Brile 1. But
because it's 3 months. Though.
Yeah, whether this helps you or not, gaming stores and quote-unquote online stores like Roll20 released Tomb of Annihilation yesterday. It is active and ready, and then the bigger stores like the Amazons and the Chapters and whatever, the Barnes and Nobles, get it in a couple of weeks or a week later or something like that. They always release it a week early to the smaller, like the
specialty stores.
Exactly, thank you.
So that they can actually, stay in business.
Yeah.
Because most of us are going to go, I'll have it now.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Yeah.
And are we sending you $10 again, or is it more or less, or?
It's 50. It's 50. So I'm happy with whatever you guys kick in or don't kick in or whatever. Obviously, don't kick in more than your fair share type of thing. But if we're going that way, I'm buying it anyway. So,
okay. Were we going to see if you buy it in Roll20 or if you buy it on the D&D Online or whatever the heck that new system is?
D&D Beyond.
Yeah.
The reading that I've done, the D&D Beyond is essentially it's an electronic book. Okay, so you have all the information there, but you don't have the maps and the tokens and whatever in Roll20. So I'm leaning towards Roll20. Some podcasts I've been listening to, they've said the same thing that I've been thinking, which is it seems like WotC is really enveloping all this. And at some point, if they haven't already had these conversations, I'm sure they're going to be sitting down with Fantasy Grounds and Roll20, which they are supportive of, and D&D Beyond, and say, look, how can you get together so that if somebody buys it in D&D Beyond, they get that functionality plus the functionality in Fantasy Grounds and Roll20. And we'll see where
that would be really cool.
But my answer for now is do it in Roll20, or we would we'd pretty much be doing it theater to the mind, because we wouldn't have. I'd have to upload the maps and do the dynamic lighting and the tokens and all that kind of stuff. So
Oh,
I would.
I think we all do the thing that we did. We'll chip in as we can, and we'll go from there.
Sounds good. I always appreciate that. Kind of give the
So wait,
fiddler
Brett,
Graham.
you know you have to leave.
Yeah, I got to go pick up my son pretty soon. So with that, we won't have a full strength of party next week or the week after, and Canadian Thanksgiving weekend, which is the first or second weekend, and it ends on the second Monday in October. I will also be not available. So maybe we run through some of these one shots I have. Maybe whoever's there can talk about what they want to do with their money and where they set up a place to live and stuff like that. Maybe that's not as important as the fact that a couple people are dying and stuff like that, or apparently dying. And we'll probably jump into Tomb Annihilation in at least 3 Sundays from now, if not certainly by mid-October.
Cool.
And we'll fill the time in between.
Cool.
And that will almost be a perfect 1 year, because we started Storm King Thunder, if you look at Discord, Sunday, October 2nd.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
Did we really?
Yep.
I can't believe that was like almost a year ago.
Yeah. I kept the date. We started Sunday, October 2nd.
That's kind of amazing.
And I threw the dates up in Discord there, when we started Lost Mine, when we ended Lost Mine, when we started Storm Kings, and now when we've ended Storm Kings.
Now, kind of off topic, Seth, have you decided what kind of non-humanoid you're going to